Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Oh, Christy Gnome is got to go. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. True, Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Yes, she's a bird-legged hoe. Look at them fucking bird legs freaking go, boys. Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. What? Is there a whole song of this? I need the full thing. Has got to go, boys. What? Get in right now. Wait, there's a Dan Bongino is a bitch track? Dude, I'm telling you, music's gonna save us. Dan Bongino is a bitch. Is it? Didn't he quit?
You remember that big bad alpha boy tough guy act? Yeah, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not.
Dude, AI rap is gonna free us. AI rap is gonna free humanity from the chains of bondage. Let's fucking go. I love this AI rapper that is in every AI rap. This is the same voice as Christy Gnome as a bird-legged hoe. Suno will save us, boys.
Let that story go. Keep your eye on it. Oh, cutesy time is
over.
Yo, I Dan had juice on the hill, big chair, big bag, front row seat to the secrets in the deep state bags. Where we knew where the bodies were, the names we all buried, then grifted into office and cashed out by February. From trust me, I'll tell you everything to trust me, there's nothing there. Tommy got more retarded than Cash's vacant stare. Tough guy, big fruit, squeezed out by the juice. Whole brand built on truth till he was faced with the proof. You had the power, had the access, man, you cashed that in. Swap the legacy for shekels like you Mark Levin. All mark, all brand, all gimmick, all grift, all fake, all gay. Bongino looking all bitch.
On my block party, Dan gonna hit you. Don't ask no questions, or Dan gonna get you.
All right, this goes hard.
Online like a feminist victim. His friends are all pedos, but he ain't no snitch.
What's up, boys?
Party, Dan gonna hit ya. Don't ask no questions, or Dan gonna get ya. Taking no prisoners, but
what up, Harry Styles?
We the people can see Dan Bongino is a bitch. Roll the clip, new script, same rage in the mug. Sip fear, dick pill, sell hate as a drug. He was ride or die truth till he stepped into office. Then he found no proof to avoid his own coffin. He had keys to the curtain where the demons sleep. Watch their names get redacted while he counted his sheep. We asked Dan, what changed? You feeling okay? You got flop sweat pouring down your lizard face. And
lizard face, bro. This beat goes hard as fuck too. AI, dude, we shouldn't make music anymore. Just let AI do it all.
I was podcast tears, they're coming from me. From a dark money studio on a gated street. I guess cutesy time is over with one story to tell. The Bongino army waging war for Israel.
On my block party, Dan gonna
this
hit
goes hard
you.
as
Don't
fuck,
ask
bro.
no questions, or Dan gonna get you. Crying online like a feminist victim. His friends are all pedos, but
Like a crying online like a feminist victim. Man, I love us all coming together. Let's do it, boys.
he ain't no snitch.
On my block party, Dan gonna hit ya. Don't ask no questions, or Dan gonna get ya. Taking no prisoners, but throwing mad fits. We the people can see Dan Bongino is a bitch.
Now you're back down here with the plebs, Danny boy. Play it safe behind the mic like a good little boy. But your skin suit is slipping, your whole grift is only noise. And oh my god, your boomer blocking only brings us all joy. But it's okay, Dan, take a seat and we can show you around. You've been gone a whole year, some things are changing our town. Our current currency is true, so use a broke ass clown. While Dan and Dave are still kings, while the system is still down. God, I love this show. Dan Smarts and Dave Casey are great. Isn't Dan Bongino is a little bitch?
Yeah, 21 throws. 21, 21, 21, 21. 21 throws. 21 throws. 21, 21, 20, 21, 20, 20. 21 throws. Oh, Trip, you got 2 new tracks? Fuck
You remember
yeah.
that big bad alpha boy tough guy act? Yeah.
What up, boys? Hey, just in case anyone forgot,
That hoe has got to go. Christy Gnome
is a bird-legged hoe.
I said
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe.
Oh, Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe.
That hoe has got to go.
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. I said Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe.
Bro, we just have to hurt their egos and they'll fucking disappear.
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. I said Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe.
Police ice.
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. That hoe has got to go.
I'm really glad that they gave us AI, dude.
Gnome is a bird. Christy Gnome is Christy Gnome is Christy Gnome. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. I said Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. I said Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Christy.
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Ooh. Oh wait, sorry, I already sent the link. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. That hoe that. All right, here we go, boys.
Hands. Smile real big. Now don't ask questions. Shit.
Is this Erica Kerr?
Ring around the rabbit hole. Pockets full of weird told so. Color in the lines they drew. Don't ask why, just follow through. Planes go streaking through the sky. Mama says, baby, that's just clouds. Daddy's squinting, shaking his head. Why they drawing grid so loud? History's a storybook written by the ones who won. Ask too much, they call you crazy. Tell the truth, they call you dumb. If you saw it, no, you didn't. If you heard it, that's a lie. Trust the screen, don't trust your gut. Eat your snacks and wave goodbye. La la la, don't dig too deep. Go to work, go to sleep. Humpty Dumpty sold the truth. Now he's sweeping up the proof.
It's a little Lily Allen, I like it.
And round the story spin. Curious kids wear crazy pins. Think too hard, you must be sick. Say it with me. Bullshit. Follow money, follow threads.
Oh, Ryan, the bong is cashed, bro.
Funny how the truth turns red. Good guys gone before their time. Bad guys talking corporate rhymes. Doctor says just trust the plan. Sponsored by a pharma brand. News says fear this, hate them. Cut to ads, medication. Red team, blue team, pick a fight.
Bro.
Same damn puppets, different lights. Kids play house, adults play blind. Same old game, higher price. Second shooter, who he said? They said no. Change the channel, kill the code. Truth's a word they overuse when they're tightening the news. Duck, duck, goose, lie, lie, lie. Wave the flag, don't ask why. If the storyline starts to crack, they gaslight. Quack, quack, quack. Hush now, baby, go to bed. Don't stress over what they said. Daddy's tired, mama's drained. System says it knows the game. If the world feels kinda wrong, that's just you. Now sing along. If it hurts,
And take
it
your
means you
pills.
grew. If you woke up, fuck you too. La la la, we're so polite. Smile big, swallow spite. Build a cage and call it free. Charge a fee for liberty. Round and round the truth gets bent. Common sense is extremist. Just a song, just entertainment. But damn, it feels too real, don't it? Remember, kids, it's just a song.
Yeah, it's not real.
Just imagination.
Just a little story.
Now line up.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Eyes forward. And whatever you do, don't look behind
9/11
the
came
curtain.
early. Fuck yeah, bro.
Good morning, boys and
Fuck yeah, bros. Good song, Trip. Love that shit. All right. Wait, there's a new track? All right, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. I'm gonna go feed Squeaks, and we'll be getting going in a sec. Ready? See you in a minute. Oh. Do, 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 do.
As usual.
casual. She was looking beautiful as ever, better than anything on this stupid world I could treasure.
Dude,
One
Black
time
Death,
I
you might
wanted
be my
another
favorite
that I never
rapper.
sent. Probably better that I never did. It wasn't heaven sent. Thinking back has me feeling extra dead again. Imagine being this competitive, but you never win. Everything's a sedative. Never really get to live. We look at photographs of when we did and think, I don't even remember this. Life alone gets colder on the holidays. Even if I'm not, I'm still hoping that we're all okay. Let me be the first to say sorry. I don't mean to be a bummer. Even if the grass was actually greener in the summer, I needed my winters with me, eating my dinner. Even though I'd rather meet my maker than meet your mother. I'm another greedy sinner. When you left, it felt like the deepest splinter. Now we need each other, but I still don't see the picture. Stubborn as always, thinking I could paint it better myself. I'd be lying if I said that you never did help. There's something about the silence of that snowfall. It's like God's angrily shaking up the snow globe ball. We say thanks for the gift and take it like phone calls, faking close calls. It all went to my head like the shape of most malls. Forgot about me. The day I died, it was for you I was crashing. Wonder if you even reacted to the news of my passing. What's that smell? Somebody cooking? She out here stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name, I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings, played on a harp. Got me lighting up in the middle of the night like I'm afraid of the dark. Angel, when did you first start lying to God? Mine was the first time I tried suicide by garage. She had that red hair paired with the death glare. At her feet, I bleed my death hair. I breathe her breath air. Makes me sick, that love is pain, and I can't admit it. No code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense. But any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag and let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. But you had to see Alice at Wegmans. I say about 2008ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon, howling at you. Got
BRB in a sec.
cat calling from a cocoon, butterflies on my stomach, blackballing any future with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest, but she ain't just bad. She max security with no visits, girl. I'm just like you, except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts. I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive for a detour. Of course I'll take some fries with that, she's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut, it always reminds me when I have no money. Which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remembered Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays.
Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious?
Love at first free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now,
What
can't
up,
get her off my
dude?
head like fleas and lice driving home. She got me lost.
Here, I want to
in
listen
all
to the new song. Mark. All right.
Pull the soul from her face without giving sources away. Bored of the basics, sick of Freemasons covering 4 bases. Forced to love it, so of course I hate it. Force of nature left my corpse on the pavement. Good form, even formal with floral arrangements. Hold up, I'm still chained to the floor of my basement. Killer's my safe word. I was born yesterday into a world that's ancient. Whoever most abrasive is taking the cake. They make you behave and say brace for their bracelet. Word to the ankle monitor, I barely made it 7 whole days with ego and chains, a slave to being celebrated. Of course I'll never make it. I'm a force that's delegated, more safe in a world full of strangers. Now I'll be a good boy after being warned and regulated. Even if the blade is jagged, you better get it straight and better never face it. Kill time bombs when it's minutes away. Taste how the minute made. There is no getaway when every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake when they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase? Heroism or heroism when we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians into some build-a-bears. Since Theodore's presidency, they've been all sleeping with Teddy. It's deadly until the American dream is just Freddy. A cheap way to pretend they're eating your head is reheating spaghetti. They all in bed with the horse, but me, I still sleep with machetes. Ain't no keeping it friendly in a feeding frenzy.
Dude,
I'm eating
Black Death
everything
is the
after
best
the
rapper
stomach's been
of all
feeling empty.
time.
It's in our nature to besiege the enemy. Y'all looking like 100 curves to a sports car. Got me hugging curves like a sports bra. Black hole on a world tour till it's tore off. They fighting wars for gold stars and sure shots. The war is on as soon as you hear the Fort Knox.
Let's fucking go, dude. Nasty. It's a grimy ass beat.
These billionaires don't share the same issues. We cry tears in the brain tissues. Wait, let me share my pain with you. Opening scene of Final Destination 2. Log truck about the lane switch you. Holy water in the super soaker. Spray and pray until the spray missed you. Pros at grilling chicken. Let's fill the air with pain. Artist that thinks of a million things to paint. Every time a billionaire complains, but still I wear the shame. Mandela effect. Berenstein bear the blame. You have to have something here to compare to change.
Fuck yeah, boys. What a way to set the stage. Great track. Good job, Mark. Good job, Black Death. Love it. What the frick is up, boys? Dudes, okay, so I started reading Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, and bro, I got the coolest wink from the universe telling me that I was on the right path. And already I'm only through like the first freaking chapter. And but the foreword starts with so what it is he compiled this huge tome, this huge encyclopedia of like all of the ancient teachings, like analysis of it and summaries of it, of like all of the old myths and all the symbols and the Freemason shit, Egyptian shit, Druids, Aztec, Phoenicians, fucking Vedics, Buddhists, everything, right? He read fucking everything and he compiled a book on it, and I started reading it. Yeah, it's so fucking cool, and I feel like it's finally helping me make sense of all this shit. Like, I'm starting to get what they talk about with like the initiation phase, that it's like everything is like kind of chaos until it starts making sense. Like everything's noise. You have to like get all of the data, and none of it really makes sense until all of a sudden it starts making sense. But this fucking book is really cool, and the foreword is like, I started writing this book on January 1st, 1926, And I started reading it. I opened it on January 8th, 2026, which is literally 100 years and a week later. And I was like, okay, cool. So I need to read this fucking book. But it's still like totally relevant. It wouldn't have made sense to me a year ago. But dude, I'm just like reading through it and I'm like getting all these brain blasts about everything. So here's my running theory on everything right now, okay? What if all of these ancient things, one of them isn't right? I feel like I've kind of probably been looking for like, which one's right? Is it the Gnostics? Is it the Druids? Is it the Egyptians? Is it the Aztecs? Who the fuck is right? Is it the Hopi? What if it's all of them? What if, okay, right? Atlantis. What if literally everything did start at Atlantis? And what if Atlantis is like the Tower of Babel, right? And what if the deluge or the Tower of Babel collapse thing happened? We've heard a million times that like the Druids came from Atlantis and went to England and Ireland. We suspect that like the Aztecs did, right? And all these other people, okay? So what if that was the like separating of all of the tribes, right? And then one of them, you know how we were like, there was like 11 tribes or whatever on that central island, Lemuria or something? And then this asshole tribe came from Mars, right? And we're like, yeah, these alien people. What if that's just a symbol? Mars, they're Martian, like war people, like the Expanse. What if they became like the Khazarians? Atlantis disperse, they become the Khazarians, then they become the Romans, then they become the Nazis, then they become the Americans, and then now they're trying to make us all transhumanists or whatever. Because, dude, did you know that when Caesar went to Ireland and and England and Britain to conquer it, he was shocked. They said that it was just barbarians there, but they got there and realized, oh, actually, this whole place is completely locked down by Druids. The Druids, everyone looks to them for what to do. Like, they would be stopping armies from fighting each other and shit. They were also, like, the priest class, essentially. They supposedly came from Atlantis. And Caesar got to England and was like, what the fuck? They're literally worshiping our gods. The same gods. He was shocked. Did you know that? I didn't know that. So, they have a common... The Druids... and the Romans, and all these, like, even Latin America, like, didn't the Aztecs, or the Olmecs, or whatever, didn't they all have basically the same exact gods, right? So they all came from one place. I think all of this mythology shit is just real as fuck. There's not one story that's right. I think it's the totality. It's all right. And the Tower of Babel is all of us fighting over which one is right. Like, it's... the Christians being like, no, it's just Jesus. You know? And then it's really only them that's doing that the most. But it's all of them. I think all of the religions, all of the things, it's all just little pieces of the same story. Right? And we've kind of got to accept all of them and listen to all of them in order to, like, synthesize all the information and figure out what actually happened. Right? Is that the great work? Is that the mystery? Is that the big mystery we got to do? Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, dude, Black Death is the best rapper alive. Max, right. Yeah, Manly P. Hall is the secret teachings of all ages. Now you're talking about the show Supernatural. Well, that's the funny thing is I'm reading through this and I just keep like asking Thoth about all these different myths and stuff. And my myths the way that I can relate to it is literally talking about every TV show ever. I'm like, dude, it's kind of like Battlestar Galactica. Like, literally, this is how Battlestar Galactica is like, they're trying to get back to old Earth, and they're all from 12 different planets, each 12 different zodiacs, and they're supposedly looking for old Earth, or a new Earth, the whole show, like all 6 seasons or whatever, and then they get to their new Earth, and you realize that it's our old Earth. It's like our Earth. So they got here, and they all were one little civilization that landed on the Earth. So imagine that as like Atlantis or something, right? And then they had all this spiritual power. Somehow they inverted it or misused it, or an act of God, or they got too close to God and someone got angry or something, and then they blew it up. They all escaped on their little boats or whatever. I don't know how they all got everywhere. But, right? It's like there was a centralized society that then dispersed everywhere. I binged Battlestar so fast I became a Cylon Raider. Yeah, dude, I love Battlestar. I need to rewatch it again. But then also I've been rewatching The Expanse, and but yeah, dude, our myths are just in our TV shows and our stories still too, but it's all like part of the same shit. I'm starting to understand too, like, what they mean by this, like, you have to be able to read the symbols. Like, the symbols are the same throughout most of these different cultures. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's the working theory I'm working with. You never watched Battlestar? Well, it's awesome. But then I mean, it makes sense too that it is written by a Scientologist, because I think the Scientologists have some of this. The Mormons have some of this. They all have pieces of this true history that basically we can all only figure out by knowing all of it. Essentially, right? Dude, The Expanse is so good. I love it. Ty Frank is so cool. I think the mushrooms implanted the idea in his head of the proto-molecule, because they work just like mushrooms that are more like invasive. They're like invasive planet-eating mushrooms that can create literal technology. Which, I mean, maybe that's eventually what mushrooms do. We don't know where the end goal of mushrooms is, because we're still living it. Like, I'm convinced, dude, that we are part of the goal of mushrooms. Mushrooms came here. We were always the plan. This always happens. Or, I don't know, or there's like a tribe of people fleeing a planet that came here and made Atlantis, and then they blew it up, and then they dispersed everywhere. I don't know. I don't get it. You know what I mean? What do you guys think? But yeah, anyway, welcome to the show, boys. I just wanted to spit that out before I forgot, because I was just reading and I was like, oh man, okay, this is where I think we're going with it. But yeah, right? It's like everything is relevant. No one of these religions or ancient histories is correct. It's all different flavors of the same thing. I think the mushrooms are on our side. I mean, we are mushrooms, bro. I'm convinced. We are walking flesh mushrooms. We are their eyes. It's like, what I feel like it is, dude, is like everything, right? Like these cities, they're all cities built on top of cities, right? That's what we keep seeing. Like all these buildings are built on top of old buildings. We are the buildings built on top of mushrooms. Something will come after us, for sure. But right now, we're the eyes and the ears and the taste buds and we're like the We're like the little machines for Gaia and the data collectors, the reality makers. The mushrooms couldn't see. They need us to see. But yeah, I mean, dude, at the end of the day, literally every single one of these religions is saying that we're all one thing. You know what I mean? I think the like, they want us to feel like mushrooms and aliens or whatever, everything's trying to get us. But I don't think so. I think we're all meant to work in harmony together. More or less. The mushrooms would never. They're our buds. They're our grandpas. Yeah, the mushrooms do seem legit. The mushrooms are what made me... Like, dude, I feel like, yeah, if you take mushrooms enough, they can vibe you to the vibration of the planet, and they start whispering secrets in your ears. I'm convinced the mushrooms are conscious. I'm convinced that they're kind of what's holding up the whole consciousness grid, or they're a big part of it or something. It's literally how the proto-molecule thing works in The Expanse. Like, I think that they're creating like basically like a nature ethernet, and that's what our consciousness is all built on. Like, probably in tandem with the Earth. I don't know. Maybe the Earth's got a giant crystal in the center or whatever. You can't hear your own music? What do you mean? Dude, I would love an Aunt Deb diss track on Black Death. Oh, because your guitar was sampled for that song? Oh, cool. And yeah, you don't want to start a rap beef with Black Death, Aunt Deb. Calm down. Sunday's been pretty chill. Isn't it weird? Let's see what Ty's got to say.
Wow, isn't this weird? We got more masked men coming out of civilian vehicles and they say she was running them over. Before we could see the wheels she was steering. Whoa, they called her a domestic terrorist, projecting their actions onto their victims. Before they bury the evidence, it's pretty clear. This guy knows he has to hide his face. He just walked over to the body. He saw her wife and dog covered in brains before he disappeared. Before he left without a trace, we were okay with stealing the kids. We draw the line at shooting faces. This was really weird. He said she's blocking the road and attempting to murder. She's like, wait, wasn't that her house? In her driveway, there's no reason to hurt her. It's pretty clear. Her neighbor was a doctor. She was at the scene of the crime. They had to clean up the evidence to rewrite the story of how Renee Good died.
Killing my neighbors, you're stealing my neighbors, what the?
I mean, can someone be for real? What would you do if you're surrounded by white guys pulling up in tinted suits?
And dude, the other thing too about this is how wide a Minneapolis street is. Like, there was literally, she wasn't blocking the road at all. There's like 2 literally full open lanes to the left that he just wanted to stop and be an asshole. These guys were looking for a fight.
Using bulletproof trucks like they're in the Fourth Reich. It's kind of eerie that they're still whipping around, attacking us like that. And I still don't know who the fuck is. Who is that? Wow, isn't this weird? We got more
Someone from the Telepathy Tapes podcast is...
Oh, yeah, dude, we gotta watch this real quick. The telepathy tape stuff is fully infiltrated by Zionist motherfuckers. Did you guys know this? Bro, I listened to the first episode of it, and I was like, this is cool, but I'm getting a little bit of an ick, and I don't know why. Now I get it. Dude, I have a built-in Zionist detector. I can feel it.
trying to silence me and make me take down all my videos about it. The playlist you can see right here. It's not because
100% premeditated murder with trophy film. It was a setup. I mean, dude, I think I've been around the cops long enough, like in situations like this. I've gone to like you know, the RNC, the DNC. I've gone to protests. I've gone to riots. I've gone to, like the massive Obama protests. I've been to all sorts of shit, right? And the thing that I've always see is that cops are always looking for a fight. They love it, dude. They love throwing their weight around. This is just who they are. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Sure, like, this is just how cops are. And I agree, it's 100% premeditated and premeditated murder, because this is how they're trained and this is how they're allowed to function. But they're always pompous bitches like this. They hate when people stand up to them, because honestly, most people don't, right? Like, people who are filming like cop interactions and shit know their rights. They know that they can run their mouth. It's like me, dude. I'm not an illegal immigrant. I don't have a warrant out for my arrest. I've done nothing wrong. So anytime that I'm able to, I literally run my mouth at cops always, right? And to me, this is exactly what they were doing, you know? But I agree that it's like premeditated murder, because these cops are out here looking for this all the time. Always, dude. They're literally, it gets their rocks off to get, like, I don't even think he was scared for his life. I think he immediately thought, she's trying to ram me, so I get to shoot her. Not I need to protect myself. It's like, these motherfuckers are bloodthirsty. They think real world is Call of Duty, and they know that from how they never get in trouble, that if someone points a gun at them, they're allowed to shoot them and kill them. They know that if someone's trying to ram them, they can probably get away with it. Like, they're just looking. He literally sidesteps. He's not scared. He doesn't want to chase her. He doesn't want to be embarrassed that she ran away and he didn't stop her. And he's also pissed that she's not scared of him. You know what I mean? Because that whole interaction before is basically two mouthy ladies who aren't scared of them. Actually, it's really only the wife of Renee who's being kind of mouthy. And then Renee's just sitting in the car like, it's okay, dude, whatever. Like, smiling at him like, you know, cornball shit. So, these cops fucking hate that. Like, that's why when I was getting fucked with by those cops, I always run my mouth. And also because I'm like 6 foot, I can run my mouth, you know? They don't think that they can push me around the way that they push normal people around all the time. Because I'm white, because I'm tall, and like they said, I'm basketball player sized handsome. So they don't want to mess with a handsome tall guy, you know? But I don't know. And I'm not saying that you're saying that it's like a fake false flag or whatever, but to me it is important because, you know, it's this ice, all these people filming ice are not like fake, you know what I mean? That's just, and I know most of the pushback that I'm getting on this is from bots and stuff, but I do think it's important for us to have discernment to realize that the ice shit, for the most part, is real. But then, dude, you know what I've been seeing that's really weird? Tons of AI videos of NYPD officers fighting with ICE, being like, I'm arresting you. This is our jurisdiction down here in the subways. You're not allowed within the city limits. And it's like hundreds of thousands of people liking it, thousands and thousands of comments, no one realizing that it's fucking AI. You know? But anyway, he was not afraid at all. He got out of the SUV when the truck of agents showed up because they had formulated a plan to make her attempt to flee exactly how she did. And dude, this is what I mean though. This is how they always are. They like confusing you so that they can beat you up. Like, dude, this is like when, like, if you saw my video, right? It's initially me and one cop, and then within 5 seconds, there's 5 cops around me. They do it to intimidate you, to scare you, to make you fucking do something stupid, or just to make you cower, to make you go, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So as soon as someone, that's their usual thing. Everyone, yes, sir, I'll suck your dick. You have boots on. Everyone wants, oh, they have boots on. You have to suck them. Fuck them, you know? But they don't get that. I would say they probably get that like 1 out of every 20, maybe not like specifically in the last month or whatever, but normally up until recently, most people just listen to cops because they're scared of them, and that's what they've been told to do. It's only few and far in between who are like, fuck you. You're just they're just people. They don't get to do shit to you if you've done nothing. They don't just get to ask your name. They don't just get to take your shit or whatever. I mean, they will, but technically they're not supposed to, you know? So you can use you can run your mouth at them until they take away your rights or whatever. But yeah, this is just how cops always are. Their whole thing is not de-escalation. They want to escalate it because to them, they hate this part. They don't want to do this because they're dumb. They hate the talkie-talkie. They want to instigate you, no matter what, into doing something so that they can physically shut you up. Doesn't matter if it's with handcuffs and throwing you in the back of the car, with knocking you out after throwing you to the ground, with choking you out, or with putting 3 bullets in your fucking face, you know? They don't like the talkie-talkie because we always win with the talkie. They fucking hate it. So literally every time a cops interact, that's why they come at you from both sides. When you get pulled over, there's one in this ear and one in this ear, and they're both saying something different because they want to confuse you, because they're pieces of shit, because they're literally lizards. Anyway. Yeah. CDs just get that job to be assholes. What's that? Oh, corrections. Oh, COs. Yeah. I mean, dude, yeah. COs, police, they all just want to be bad. Probably because they felt powerless in their life and they hate that. So now they're like control freaks who want to dominate people. Weirdos.
Because I think it's fake. It's not because I'm a debunker who hates facilitated communication and believes it's pseudoscience. There's enough of those guys out there. That's not what I do here. I believe in the non-speakers. I believe in telepathy. I believe I actually have a form of claircognizance. It is because of how deeply I...
But wait, so anyway, yeah, back to this. Telepathy tapes is fully infiltrated by Zionists. I think it's like, what's it called? Controlled disclosure. They don't want normal people talking about telepathy and shit. So they have a bunch of Zionists talking about it. Literally Deepak Chopra, who's in the Epstein files.
I believe in these ancient truths and how seriously I take them, that I am critical of a podcast that doesn't seem to have a serious hold on any narrative whatsoever. If you're new here, check out my playlist. I went from being a huge fan, but also still a little skeptical and noticing red flags.
Yeah, right. That fucker was drugged by a vehicle previously because he loves walking in traffic. He puts himself in that position. I'm telling you guys, every cop loves escalating a situation. I've run my mouth at so many cops, and if they got their way, they basically are like begging you to like start something with them. They love that. They're all cucks.
To somehow ending up doing like basically underpaid labor for people involved in the show, and then was abruptly pushed out when it was clear that my line of questioning was not appreciated and did not fit into their narrative. I got a second email about it claiming that I missed their arbitrary imaginary deadline to remove all of the videos that I've done about the telepathy tapes and about my time working with them. They even said that I've infiltrated private Facebook groups that I was not qualified to be a member of. The private Facebook group is a fan group that anyone can join. And I was asking the same questions there that I'm asking here that no one wants to answer. This show that claims to be a voice for the voiceless, that claims to be protecting non-speakers, advocating for the disabled, has featured on its podcast a person who has been mentioned in the Epstein emails, a person who was a lawyer who advocated for religious freedoms, aka banning gay marriage, banning abortion. And they've featured on the podcast someone who lives in and heavily supports a certain blue and white country that engages in activities that seem pretty antithetical to the mission statement of the podcast. Several of the parents of the non-speakers are also heavily supportive of that country, and it's also being financed by someone connected and supportive of that country. So that's my main beef with the show, and instead of being transparent and honest about it and addressing these questions, I'm being called a liar and a harasser, even though everything I've claimed is publicly verifiable. You can Google it. But
Yeah, cops instigate most of their daily situations. Literally, they instigate everything. Oh, you think most of these ICE agents were recruited from prison guards? That would make sense, dude.
lived it and experienced it directly on a podcast that I produced and co-hosted with a parent who is heavily featured on the telepathy tapes. So let's go take a look. So let's see if I'm a liar. Let's take a look at the podcast.
As we started to begin to have a family, just kind of a deep longing to visit Israel. And so we took the kids a couple of times. The town that we live in has a pretty vibrant Jewish community. Tonight we're going to a Shabbat on the beach.
Oh, I want to come. I know. That's amazing. Oh
I mean,
like, dude, I'm sorry, but why is literally every single thing in the whole world tainted by Zionists? Like, normal people gotta be starting to sniff this out, right? Like, dude, what are the odds, right? I'd say 0%. They should be. Of everyone being a Zionist Israel supporter? What are the fucking odds, right? For that to naturally occur, that literally everyone that is on a TV show, a podcast, who sings, who acts, who's in government, who fucking is your priest, they're all literally supporters of Israel, this little tiny country that no one really actually pays attention to in normal life up until recently. Everyone supports this? Just statistically, that feels off.
so it's not quite Tel Aviv on the Mediterranean, but it's really beautiful.
Wow.
My interest is mostly just sort of in the fact that the Jews brought the idea of ethical monotheism to the world, and the biblical history and the land.
The land.
And he would love to study Hebrew, and there are quite a lot of letterboard users in Israel.
There's a lot of letterboard users in Israel.
Ben Golden. I'm very interested
Ben Golden and Arthur Golden.
Am Yisrael Chai, or Am Yisrael, which is the people of Israel, just because it's so historic. I just love being in Israel. I have this dream when things settle down and, we feel a little bit safer traveling out to Israel. I have this dream of maybe
when it's safer.
Several non-speaker families, some to have some bar mitzvahs, some just to explore Israel. Our other kids have had their bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah celebrations in Israel. And
Which is so incredible. How about
be at the wall? And I said to Winston, if we don't get to go soon, do you want to have a party here? He said, yeah.
Yeah, an autistic kid would honestly love the bombs and the constant shooting of people. Yep, you can only go to the hill if you're what do they say? You have to be a good person. I don't know if you can tap into the hill when you're literally next to a concentration camp. I'm sure the energy is fucked there. Completely fucked. This is sick, man. She's like, soon enough, we will ethnically cleanse Palestine so that I'll be able to bring my autistic son. He won't have to hear us torturing and murdering all the Palestinians. Their cries will be silenced by then. And we will be living on Trump Tower, Gaza. And my son will be on the hill. Telepathy is real, and only Israelis get it. And if you want it, and you're a normal, a peasant, then you can get Neuralink. That's it.
I would be interested to have a bar mitzvah here, but I really much prefer in Israel.
Winston, I keep
Great. Go with a bunch of non-speaker families and tour the country.
Why is going to Israel for your...
So she wants to take non-speakers to tour Israel.
Okay, here we go.
That's my reaction.
I finally have a way to express what I always knew inside. My love for GT.
This is what Winston typed.
And my love for Israel. Israel has always felt like the beating heart of my faith. I want to stand in the exact same spot as Abraham. I want to visit the holy city of Jerusalem. Becoming bar mitzvah in Israel is not only about tradition, but about truth. In Israel, I believe my prayers will rise higher.
And do you see, dude, that's kind of twisted, right? They're like, these kids, they understand truth. They only live in truth, and even they know Israel is who truly deserves the land. You can only get on the hill if you're pure soul and you know the truth. And the truth is all Palestinians need to die. That's what they want these autistic kids selling you. This feels like abuse. This is disabled people abuse.
That is why I long to become bar mitzvah there.
Yeah, they're literally putting words in their mouths. Yeah.
Because it feels like coming home to GD, to my people, and to myself.
Winston, what do you think that God wants all of us to do?
I think God wants us to learn to be harmless and to believe in the faith that cannot be seen.
God wants us to be harmless. That's what.
Well, you guys are off to a horrible start for that. If that, I mean, that's what God wants you to be. I'm not sure if genociding 150,000 Palestinians is really what he's asking for.
That's
harmless.
Yeah, the hill. I mean, Foreskin Mountain. You're right, dude. That's literally what we were joking about. Originally when we heard about it, didn't we say that? Oh my God. Dude, I'm telling you, every time we joke around here, we know the truth. They are. Dude, are these fucking autistic kids even in on it? These are autistic crisis actors. Oh. Yeah, God wants us to be harmless, except when it comes to Palestinians, because they need to be evicted, dude. They haven't paid their rent. And their rent is due in blood. That's how we do it. Yeah, what is the phrase ethical monotheism? I mean, dude, Foreskin Hill is literally in the Bible, isn't it? That is the hill that these fucking kids are meeting on. Oh my God, all these Israeli autistic kids are meeting on top of Foreskin Hill. Oh my fuck. That's what the powers of all of our foreskins is for them to use telepathy and talk shit on us. Bro, you guys gotta stop. Dude, seriously, the truth is a literal joke. I'm telling you, every single joke I've ever said is the truth. I just don't know it yet. Fuck, dude, joking about Paul being my dad is not cool. Oh, no. I'm calling my foreskin back like it's Thor's hammer. Bro, you gotta drop that in a track. That is a bar. Dude, imagine we... The other thing that I heard about foreskin, dude, this is what we're all missing out on. You know that you're... The tip... ladies, close your ears for a minute. This is just for the boys. You know the tip of your wiener is supposed to be like... It's like a mucous membrane. It's like our own little wet vag. And when they cut the tip of our wiener off, when they cut the skin off, the mucous membrane dries up. Like, dude, we don't even know what they've taken from us. We don't even know. Okay, let's get the ladies back in. Hey, welcome back, ladies. We weren't talking about anything, just boy stuff. Yeah, dude, no, it is a giant clit. It'll probably be a little snug by now. Dude, it's gonna be a little yarmulke on our little wieners. We're gonna have little yarmulke wiener hats. You did not get your 2 sons cut? Dude, based. You are based, Alaskan. That's awesome, dude. You gotta have them report back. Not in a creepy way, but like, dude, what are we missing out on? It's gotta be something. I am convinced that you know what it probably does, mostly? I bet if... I gotta know. If, on average... do people who aren't circumcised, does it maybe last longer for them sometimes, you know? Like, is it a disconnection from women thing? Is it like turning sex into just like everyone into like a 5-pump chump thing? Because it would make sense. Like, that is like the most sensitive part. If it's not covered up, you know? You know what I mean? Not to be gross, but for real. Why else would they be taking it besides to have telepathy mountain, right? Like, it's for a reason. It's either because it's like, I mean, we know it also has tons and tons of nerve endings, so it's like a good contact point for source or whatever. It's literally where our spiritual energy flows to create life with a whammon, so there's many reasons, but I bet it is also that. But how dare them, man? I'm serious. I'm pissed about it, and I think it's so... fucked that it's still so normal. Why? It's literally insane. Doing it the day after your son is born? You snip them? Like a fucking cat? What are you talking about? That's crazy. How has every parent been tricked into this? Ooh, you wonder if uncut is more fertile? I wonder. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, still laughing at the Thor's hammer joke. Oh, I see. Not being circumcised and eating kosher. But wait, but Jewish people are circumcised. They're circumcised. Or are they just telling all of us that they are? Are they not circumcised? I mean, isn't that where it comes from? It's like a Jewish tradition. Like, why is all of America doing it if that's the case, you know? Wait, they cut them at 13? That's what the bar mitzvah's for? No. They don't cut their dicks when they're 13, do they? Shut up. What would be the equivalent? Oh, the girl equivalent of being circumcised? Dude, literally fucking genital mutilation that everyone always whines about in Africa. Like, in this one tribe in Africa, they're doing genital mutilation. Meanwhile, worldwide, we do it to 50% of the population and no one gives a fuck about it. But yeah, I mean, well, I guess technically not the genital mutilation, because I think they literally cut the entire clit off. That would be like cutting the root and stem off, I'm pretty sure. Or at least just the whole tip and not just the head. But it is literal genital mutilation. Circumcising. Bonita, you're saying they are circumcised? Yeah, right? Yeah, so it's not that they, because that's where it all comes from. It's not just them cutting all of our wiener tips. Jewish people do the circumcision on the 8th day? Okay. Yeah, I guess it would be like if the hood of the clit was cut off and not the whole clit. But it's still weird. It's so weird that we let this happen. Wait, are we being cloned? Oh, you think maybe that's what the foreskin circumcision is for? Possibly. Like, dude, no one knows where that fucking skin's going at the end of the day. Clitoris goes down on each side of the bag, not just the tip. Good note, boys. Pay attention. I had a Turkish friend who said if you aren't circed when you do your compulsory military service, they force you to get one before you can serve. Oh, sorry, can't serve. Dude, yeah, I mean, it's honestly so fucked up. It's so gross. Yeah, circed is so funny. I heard Matt and Trey from South Park, one did the other circumcision. Stop. No way. What do you mean? They got circumcision as adults? I've heard of people doing that. You're literally nuts if you do that. What is wrong with you?
He wants us to be harmless.
Cannot be seen.
If you combine all the law and the prophets, it is all about how to never hurt your neighbor.
Dude, I mean, the literal, how do they not go into psychosis every moment of every day when they say shit like this and then do another?
Which is to never
hurt your neighbor.
Yeah,
never hurt your neighbor.
I'm trying to like process all the contradictions.
Yeah, never hurt your neighbor. Wink, wink, wink.
Here.
Israel?
I know, and I want to go with you. So I accept your invitation.
Bro, you couldn't catch me dead in Israel. That place fucking sucks shit. Listen to those fucking spitty mouth losers with their fake accents.
We're going soon, within the next 2 years.
So this is already...
We're going to be circing and kirking in the club. We're going to be circing, kirking, and jerking in the club, boys.
Getting longer than most people are going to watch. Follow for part 2 if you are curious about what question I asked. A very softball, compassionate, understanding question that got me fired from the podcast and working with those people. Linda and Winston Kammel will be on the documentary.
Ooh, a national cohort study in Denmark which followed over 342,000 boys born between 1994 and 2003 until age 9 found that circumcised boys had a higher risk of developing autism spectrum disorder. I wonder if autism, like, does it come from, like, the wiring of your body or the, you know, the chakras being fucked up or something, or, like, changed different somehow? Like, because I do think all of this cutting and fucking cutting of our body parts and, like, all these weird frequencies that we've got going around now and all this dumb shit. It's got to be messing with our biofields. I wonder where that kind of stuff comes from. Oh yeah, Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead died. I saw a funny thing that was like, someone posted on Reddit or Instagram or something like, tell me how big of a fan you are of the Grateful Dead. And Bob Weir commented on it and he said, I've been to every show. It's pretty funny. Even though they're a bunch of feds. R.I.P. Didn't they literally just play their last show like 2 months ago? Like, he literally played till the end, man. Dude, they circumcised Charlie. Bro. Say it ain't so. The Grateful Dead CIA band. Yeah. Maybe it's a trauma response. Yeah, dude. I bet it is. That's interesting. Dude, I could literally see, like, I mean, what do we know about, like, people who are traumatized, right? They'll go nonverbal. It's like, maybe it's like splitting some people's brains. Like, doing that a week into being born and causing such a shock and so much pain to something so little and, like, pure. Like, dude, it feels to me like the point of a circumcision is to traumatize. I'm serious. I do think a lot of, like, men rage can stem from that. I mean, there's a lot of things about the way that men are raised that cause them to be the way that they are, but I mean, that as like a day 2 is really putting you off to a horrible start, right? But I agree. I think it's very traumatizing and it's meant to be. Like, dude, I remember finding out about circumcision when I was younger and feeling like violated just because I didn't know. You know, you're like, a doctor was looking at my little dick and cut a piece off of it and I don't even remember it. You know what I mean? Like, it's violating. And you don't have a choice. And it's like you go, I mean, I forget how old I was. I was definitely, like, thinking and conscious because I remember being like, what the frick? Really? I used to have a piece of me that's now gone? I remember thinking it was weird then. But it's not ever a thing that's like, who has ever found out about circumcision and been like, thank God, thank you, Mom. That was the right call. Right? Yeah, men are angry for being circumcised is what I think. And, you know, it's not like an excuse or anything. I'm just saying, it is like a symptom of the way that men are supposed to be raised in, like, society, right? It's telling that's what we do on the first day of their lives. We're like, we gotta get this piece off of them. We gotta make them scream in terror. Yeah, angry. I had extreme oppositional defiance disorder as a kid. Same, bro. As a kid? You don't still have it? What are you talking about? These kids keep fucking with, or these adults keep fucking with me. Yeah, dude. They're doing it because people with disabilities or brain injuries can't identify the traits of a psychopath, narc, etc., and the world was built and is run by those types. If you can't see it, you can be controlled by it. But one thing that, because I think that trauma also makes people very astute and like very much able to read things. Like, the people who can read people the best are people who've been hurt by people, I think. because you learn to read through what people are saying, because you know that people can say one thing and do another, right? So I think it can make people kind of dissociate, but it also can make people really good at reading it, which I do think is part of why autistic people are kind of targeted by them, and ADHD people are targeted by them and drugged by them, because they know that we're good at reading their bullshit. So to me, I feel like them cutting people, like, I don't think that they would want to cause autistic people. But maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, it's men's first trauma. Severe trauma can be blocked from memory. And dude, think about it too. You've apparently got this pure source baby that is 100% innocence, right? Has done nothing, you know, is still just receiving pure, unadulterated cosmic rays from the universe. Still remembers its past life, just can't talk about them or whatever. And literally the next day, the thing you're doing is causing so severe pain that literally would make you black out. And like, it reminds me of the MK Ultra shit, right? That they want to cause so much trauma, do an event that's so traumatic, like taking someone's root chakra against their will. They do something so traumatic to do what? To split them, to make them dissociate, to make them lose that innocence, the purity that makes them creative and think about magic or whatever, right? It severs the source connection. Dude, it truly is like the most traumatic thing ever that we could ever do. It's psychotic. It's insane. Truly. Just think about it for a second. And to know that they do it without, I mean, they probably do it with anesthesia now, but I don't think that they did up until like 10 years ago. So basically every man on earth who's circumcised has had a traumatic penis slaying incident from basically the first breath. Do I forgive Paul for 9/11ing my meat? You mean like making all the meat fucking 3D printed and shit? Honestly, dude, I think all of the meat getting weird is a good thing. I think that we should probably all eat less meat. So maybe it'll make people do it unwillingly and then find out, oh shit, I'm feeling the source connection to God way more. I'm feeling the hum, man. But yeah, I mean, I don't forgive Paul. I am not forgiving Paul for anything until he comes on the stream. The moment he comes on stream, he's forgiven for all. He's got to text me back.
Coming out soon. And if you have been following season 2 and just seeing all of Kai's interviews lately, one of her real favorite non-speakers that she loves to talk about these days is the plant communicator, Nina Meehan. Nina is friends with Winston. See here, he asked her to be his Valentine, and I think they went to prom together or something. I think it's easy to look at the criticisms I'm giving here and paint me as anti-Semitic. I know that they sure are trying to. My issue isn't with Judaism. My issue is with using spiritual language to justify or sanitize state violence. When people act like any critique of that country equals anti-Semitism, they're the ones fusing a whole faith to a government's behavior, not me. And this is the main contradiction that just won't collapse with this show and its mission statement and how they claim the non-speakers to feel and believe. So if you've been following this long, bravo to you.
Yeah, that's any trauma in your first 5 years of life really fucks up your neural pathways and creates detours off the main path. It's an immediate coping mechanism. Truly, dude. Like, severing, like, you're just a newborn baby. You've got all of your nadis and stuff are just trying, your energy channels in your body are just trying to figure itself out. and you fucking cut a highway down. You cut the Golden Gate Bridge down, bro. That's crazy. It's literally diabolical. It's like so evil thinking about it. Whoever fucking installed this as a thing is pure evil, dude. There's no good from this. There's no way that we are born with something that we shouldn't have on us. Like, what the fuck? Oh.
Thank you, and also I apologize because you're clearly as engrossed in this entire saga as I am. Stay tuned for part 2. I love you. Someone from the Telepathy Tapes podcast is trying to silence me.
Yeah, they used to make fun of uncircumcised people. Glad you're talking about this a little because it's literally insane how normal it is. I mean, too, the circumcision argument is a good argument for when everyone was like crying their eyes out about like the 3 trans people in the world who like have had gender reassignments and stuff. It's like, dude, if you actually care about people doing stuff with their genitals, you should talk to everyone who cuts the tip of their child's penis off from the day it's born. You know what I mean? But it truly is insane. Just like if you take away all of the cultural acceptance of it and think about what is actually happening, it's literally like you're cutting a finger off of a baby for... They're like, we don't need pinkies. We're born with them, but they're annoying. They look stupid. What? Okay, and then so everyone too, going back to is Renee good AI, and is it all fake? Everyone was like, there's dinosaurs and sharks in the background. This is AI as fuck. Nope, you've just never been to Minnesota. This is real as fuck, dude. Minneapolis is like the most whimsical place ever. Minneapolis is a gem. It's so amazing, and this is real. This is where Renee Good was murdered, directly in front of this dinosaur. And the shark that's over there. Oh, this is just a dinosaur, but there's a shark over the other side. The best part, it's in 2 different neighbors' houses or neighbors' front yards. There's this neighbor, and then the next door neighbor is the one who has the shark in the front yard. So anyway, it's real. It exists to this day. Could be why little girls are more aware. Yeah, man. I'm a twin of a boy, and my brother had screaming nightmares and wet his bed. Oh, and you didn't? I mean, dude, I was a little bedwetter growing up. All the time. I wonder what it's from. Who knows? Dude, I literally wouldn't... I dreaded like sleepovers. If I had to go to a sleepover, I wouldn't sleep all night because I'd be terrified of peeing the bed and everyone making fun of me. Bedwetters unite.
Back and retribution is something. The pendulum is bound to swing back, and retribution is something that they cannot avoid. The pendulum is bound to swing back, and retribution is something that they cannot avoid. It's that simple. And when you understand that...
Yeah, Barry, I don't understand how people don't put 2 and 2 together that if Zionists invaded Hollywood so hardcore, why wouldn't they be manipulating IG Reels, TikToks, Twitter, etc.? It's the new media.
It makes everything make sense. Back in 2020, that was when they swung the pendulum this way, because 2020 had to happen in order for us to get on the timeline that we're on right now. It was all intentional, but what they didn't understand was that through the...
Now, how do we heal, LOL? Honestly, dude, Gabriel, I think that's what we're doing, right? I think that we heal through understanding how everything works and what's going on, and yeah, searching for the deeper mysteries. Things like realizing that all of these fucking ancient histories are all just part of one ancient history that was all dispersed from one place, and they all have a piece of the past. And we've kind of got to synthesize all of it. There is no one answer. I know that's to be true. That's why, like, I fuck with Jesus, I fuck with his story, but I also fuck with yoga, and I fuck with, it seems like the druid shit, and I fuck with Hermeticism. The Egyptian stuff seems weird, but it's probably because I don't understand it yet. Like, I fuck with Gnostics, I fuck with Hopi shit, you know? And that's probably because it's all part of our story. I think we healed the trauma through remembering who the fuck we are, and that it's truly comes through these symbols and synthesizing all this history and listening to each other and dispelling the illusion of individuality or whatever. I mean, we're all individuals, but we're all part of one thing. And they probably cut our dicks to to traumatize us and make us be the little bitches that we are, that we're always fighting for control so that we don't get the tip of our dick snipped again. Right? We're trying to resolve our trauma. We got to forgive these motherfuckers who trespassed against us by curb stomping their asses. Jen's a comedian, so she calls uncircumcised penises cheese toques because I guess regular cleaning is necessary. Oh, and a toque is what Minnesotans call it's just a beanie, right? Or is it a balaclava? Because I guess regular cleaning is necessary to prevent infections, and we actually had discussions about opening a reverse circ clinic. Dude, let's do it. Can you sew my fucking hood back on? But I mean, like, that's what I've always, that's the whole reason, right? They're like, the hood of your penis is dirty. Honestly, bro, I find that hard to imagine unless you're a dirty boy already. But it's like, it sounds like to me that it sounds like it's a self-cleaning thing, kind of like what a vagina does, right? A toque's a regular beanie? Yeah, thank you. We call it a toukiotomy. My mom used to pretend to be a ghost to scare me. I was a fragile little kid, so she had control over me. I don't get adrenaline when I need it. I shut down because that's how she programmed me. Dude, that's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, Blue Sky. Yeah, dude, Gabriel, no sleepovers and no Boy Scout. The Boy Scout camps were the worst. Bro, dude, one night I literally went on a Boy Scout trip, and I think this was the thing that set it off, that I was like, I'll never do this again. I fucking peed my sleeping bag, and then guess what? We had such an insane rainstorm that our entire camp flooded, all of our sleeping bags flooded, so no one found out, but for like 2 hours I was literally in my wet ass sleeping bag. I was like, I'm never going anywhere again. How embarrassing, right?
The intentional chaos, death, and destruction that they invoked throughout the collective consciousness, they didn't understand that there was an intricate level of rebirth that was beginning to take place. It was being calibrated up to such an extent that when the rebirth was fully calibrated amongst these certain individuals, that it would shift timelines. It would shift us back onto a timeline that we were always meant to be on. It's that simple. A lot of y'all are like, I don't understand.
Yeah, dude. And honestly, I don't think that we're hung up on this, because I do think that this really does get to kind of the root of a lot of shit. The circumcision would be like that, programming someone to have fear early, and if on the penis, that would integrate and affect so many areas of the individual's life, and long term, the body never forgets. I agree, dude. I really do think that, like, we need to be looking at that way more seriously, because I think it's the root of a lot of shit. And I don't think it's that small of a thing. Like, we know how trauma works. We know how fear and pain work. We know that like, pain literally is used to teach the body, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's to give you, like, a fear response to shit. So if on your first day of life, they're taking the thing that's supposed to give you pleasure, and you're supposed to kind of listen, like, I wonder in a world where it's not mangled and you know, macheted to hell, if you listening to your dick is a little different than the way that your dick talks to you now when it's uncircumcised, and it's, you know what I mean? Like, when people are like, oh, I'm just thinking with my dick. I wonder if an uncircumcised dick thinks a little differently, right? It's like we cut the brain off the dick. That's exactly what it is, isn't it? What's a brain? What's a brain other than a bunch of a neural net, right? And the tip of the wiener is supposed to have a big neural net. What if we've been thinking about this wrong? The gut isn't the first brain. The penis head is the first brain, and they cut the brain off. They cut the brain of our little worm off, so it doesn't have a brain. And that kind of makes sense. It does seem like it does act like it doesn't have a brain for most men, right? I'm just saying, everything is this deep. I don't know. Otherwise, why would they do it? Why would they insist on it for hundreds of years? Why would they insist on everyone, even if you don't follow this religion? Why would they insist on it? Boys, I think we're about to cut off the head of the snake, right? We're getting to the bottom of it.
And why am I going through this? What is it?
Wait, oh my God, we're never going to get through anything. We're just doing circumcision. We're doing 4 hours of circumcision today. It's that serious. Circumcision also makes breastfeeding harder because he's crying, being pressed against you because he has a big open wound. It's like, welcome to the world, kid. Your first lesson is pain. Seriously, dude. It's not like pain on your arm, pain on your knee. It's pain on literally the most sensitive part of you. Bro, have you ever zipped the tip of your wiener in your jeans? I mean, getting kicked in the balls, right? It's an instant thing. It's like it rips your stomach out. I can't even imagine, dude. Like, having a fucking hangnail hurts, let alone cutting that part off. We are twisted. We're insane, bro. At this point, I believe it's the reason the cult of Epstein exists, the concept that reproductive mutilation is proliferated by the same group of people who seem to intentionally make more pedos. Through abuse and trauma, it actually makes perfect sense. Dude, like, this whole thing is about pedophilia. It is. It is. Dude, you're so right. Yeah, the whole body is self-cleaning if you look into it. I don't want to hear that bullshit. I think what there's that cheese shit or whatever, I mean, who doesn't like bathe regularly and shit, right? Like, that's probably the shit that it's cleaning out of you. You know what I mean? Bro. We're going to figure it all out, boys. Everything. Because it's all connected. I did Boy Scouts and dudes were constantly jacking off in the tents in groups. That was not my experience. Thank God, dude. It was a Catholic troop, though. Maybe that explains it. Yep. Yep. Mine wasn't. Yikes, dude. Wait, in groups? Dude. These religions be fucking with people's heads, man. Yeah, always thought it was crazy that no one sees it as genital mutilation. Yeah, thinking with my head, wink, wink. I'm telling you, dude, they cut off our first head. That's what it is. And it seems like men be thinking without a head, right? Is that why men are the way they are? Dude, I'm thinking so. I can still feel like a weird phantom pain or trauma when I really think about the topic of Cirque. So wild. I mean, dude, when I think about it, I feel violated and angry and like, yeah, it's like, I think the weirdest thing too is that you don't remember it, but you can imagine it. I bet you don't remember it because it was so traumatizing. I bet you were a different little thing. I bet you were a totally different little spirit before they did that. That'll change your fucking frequency, I think. Circing boys as U.S. policy began in the late 1800s. Go figure. I bet it was around 1888. During a big puritanical push to stop boys masturbating. Yeah, by the dude from Kellogg's. Isn't that crazy? The cereal guy. We listened to the cereal guy who's just a big Freemason Zionist. I went and did dishes and cleaned the kitchen and came back and we are still here. Yeah, we're only talking about circumcision for the rest of the day. Dude, I'm serious. You want to get into why men are the way they are? I think it's this. There's many reasons, but this is not a good start. Are hospitals just cuck factories? It honestly seems only cuck shit happens in hospitals. I mean, dude, have you heard that all cops are, or all doctors are just cops? Yeah. I mean, they kind of are. They're doing medicine. Like, there's another way to do medicine. There's another way to do healing, and instead they choose the way that's been taught is cut pieces out of your body. Cut and reshape, change the body. The body doesn't know what it needs to do. We know better. But really, I think medicine and healing comes from alignment. Comes from correcting misaligned parts of your body. You know? I think that's why the ancients were fucking with magnetism and sound and frequency and energy. But now we're like, oh no, everything, there is no immaterial. Everything is just the material. So if something's wrong, it's just because this organ isn't working, not because your energy channels are misaligned. No, no, no. But yeah, I agree. I think hospitals are kind of cuck trauma centers. Collecting foreskin, placentas, and umbilical cords. They're making super soldiers for sure. Yeah, the first thing that happens is they stick a thermometer up our butt away from our parents. Dude, they're fucked, right? Yeah, our subconscious remembers, though. Our subconscious never sleeps and it never forgets. That's why you can control someone by talking to them while they're in REM sleep. I wonder how they mastered the hormones so much. What do you mean? Men are the way they are because of all society. They have everything planned out on how to control and manipulate. If they have men, they have everyone because men protect their families, full stop. Ooh, you don't remember it because it's an MK Ultra initiation to the reality they created. Dude, I think you're right, Bun Bun. Imagine if a man went full man mode, then all men went full man mode, protecting their families. The world would be overthrown in one day. One day, men are our power. They protect naturally. You mean, like, that's why they're traumatizing us, is because if they didn't, then we would just do what? Because that is that's the thing, right? Like, men are supposed to do the... Women are the thinking, men are the brawn. They don't want us protecting, so they make us fucking hate women. Mix our brains up. Is that what you mean? But yeah, I think it's all there's many things that they're thinking about and doing to us to... It's like, dude, you know what it is? It's a recipe. It's like, okay, we snip their dicks. Then we spend 10 years filling their heads with nonsense. Then we give them a menial job and tell them that that's what life is. And we never let them hear about their spirituality. We pretend like that's the dumbest thing ever, when really that's the most important thing. We invert everything. We make them hate women so that they never combine with women. Like, it's just a diabolical recipe. All right, let's move off circumcision. Let's listen to the rest of this video.
What is my purpose? What am I doing? You're not going to understand the reason why until you're living in the reason why. It's that simple. What am I being prepped for? You're not going to understand. If you knew what you were being prepped for, you probably wouldn't continue, because your destiny and your purpose is so much bigger than you. It's bigger than anything. It's above you. It's above you. Your soul came here during the time of societal collapse for a fucking reason. And I'm tired of y'all acting like, I don't know why I'm here. Why did I come here during this time? Why? Because it's for a reason. Sit tight. Be patient.
I love this. Shut the fuck up. Sit down and wait.
Have some patience.
Yeah, have some stillness. Learn to breathe, bitch. You're in training. You're an initiate. Stop asking questions and just accept.
Allow your dopamine to reset. Give yourself a break. We live in a time right now where there's so much performatism going on. Why aren't we doing something? Why isn't anyone doing something? We're not mad enough. Y'all can't be mad enough. Your attention span won't allow you to be mad enough for longer than 7 seconds. Y'all be outraged and then you scroll. Oh, now you laughing because the post underneath the triggering one made you laugh. And then you scroll again. Now this post triggered you just enough to leave a comment. Now you mad for 10 seconds instead of 7 seconds. But what you're doing by putting your attention on shit that is triggering you, that's trying to keep you in a low-based, like in a fear-based consciousness, you're inviting it into your reality. You're inviting it into your consciousness. And I know y'all watch Sinners, so don't you know that the energy has to be invited in? You have to invite the energy into your auric field. Act like you know. Stop inviting energy that you don't want to experience in your reality into your mind. Get off the phones, go outside, go journal how you feel, go sit in how you feel. It's coming up so it can come out. You feel intensely, feel into it. Don't scroll. Don't avoid the discomfort. Now it's time to lean into the discomfort. We're living in a time right now where you can see something with your eyes, but they're going to get up on the news and tell you what to think. They're going to tell you what you just saw. The new earth, the new earth thing that everyone's talking about, new earth this, new earth that, is nothing but a split in consciousness. The ones who can see through the veil and the ones who can't. The ones who are still tethered to the matrix. Stop falling.
Yeah, dude, literally the matrix is... I think it's just them trying to replace our intuition, the feeling when you do something right or wrong, when you get that feeling like that was the wrong thing to do. They don't want you to listen to that. They want you to just check in with your phone, see that Google says, no, Israel is not doing a genocide. They get to kill 200,000 people because a couple controlled opposition people that were paid by the CIA flew paragliders in and fucking kidnapped like 40 people. So they're allowed to kill 200,000 people. So it's not a genocide, and you don't have to worry your pretty little heart about it, okay? Make that little jolt in your stomach that makes you feel kind of sick. Tell that to shut up and don't listen to it again, okay? Next time you have a weird feeling in your tum-tum, just come back to Uncle Google and we'll tell you that whatever we're doing is fine, okay? And honestly, whatever it is, it's probably your fault and you should work on yourself, okay? It's probably because you're fat, or probably because you're poor, or probably because you're dumb, or probably because you just don't understand, or probably because you're a whammon, or probably because you're black, or probably because whatever, right? That's the Matrix. The Matrix is dumb phone. The Matrix is AI replacing your brain. The Matrix is car replacing you moving. The Matrix is you eating fucking drywall instead of actual food. The Matrix is you not listening to the Earth history and listening to McGraw-Hill textbooks, you know? Boys, we're fucking getting it, are we not? Man. We're freaking putting it together, boys. These lizards aren't going to be able to trick us soon enough. Oh, fuck.
The pendulum is bound to swing back, and retribution is something that they like in a fear-based consciousness. You're inviting it into your reality. You're by putting your attention on shit that is triggering you, that's trying to keep you in a low-based, like in a fear-based consciousness. You're inviting it into your reality. You're inviting it into your consciousness. And I know y'all watch Sinners, so don't you know that the energy has to be invited in? You have to invite the energy into your auric field. Act like you know. Stop inviting energy that you don't want to experience in your reality into your mind. Get off the phones. Go outside. Go journal how you feel. Go sit.
Wait, people fought in 170 BCE? They outlawed circumcision on penalty of death, one of the grievances leading to the Maccabean revolt. They did a revolt over circumcision. I'm telling you guys, we are underreacting to them snipping us.
Sit in how you feel. It's coming up so it can come out. You feel intensely, feel into it. Don't scroll. Don't avoid the discomfort. Now it's time to lean into the discomfort. We're living in a time right now where you can see something with your eyes, but they're going to get up on the news and tell you what to think. They're going to tell you what you just saw. The new earth, the new earth thing that everyone's talking about, new earth this, new earth that, is nothing but a split in consciousness. The ones who can see through the veil and the ones who can't. The ones who are still tethered to the matrix. Stop following these false prophets. Stop listening to these false prophets. They're leading you nowhere. They're leading you nowhere. Listen to the inner compass that has been placed over you. Those codes that are beginning to activate in you this year. A lot of y'all unintentionally threw yourselves into your highest timeline back in 2020. And your highest timeline begins to unfold this year. You feel that. You know it to be true. This physical new year, the first week, could have been a lot energetically for you. Sleep schedule all messed up. You could have got your period super early. And everything in between. And if you look like me, you need to get your rest, because this physical new year has begun, but the new year has not begun yet. Allow January, February, and March to finalize and close up things. Allow things to close itself out. Allow things to finalize themselves. This is not the time to start something new. How is it new when nature is dead?
Yeah, dude, it literally doesn't even make sense that the New Year's in the middle of winter. Sorry.
Nature is dead outside, and they talking about it's a new year. Sit tight. The pendulum is bound to swing back. The pendulum is bound to swing back. A lot of y'all are being prepped for something that is going to shift timelines.
Bro, I do feel like I'm so fucking obsessed with yoga because I feel like I'm prepping for something. And I don't know what it is yet, but I'm just being patient. I'm prepping my body to breathe in the fucking new earth or something. I swear to God. I'm getting my breath so under control, dude. I almost like never lose my breath now in yoga, and that's crazy. Like, I've found that if you just never stop breathing super deep, like, it's something that, because you don't unconsciously do it for, like, I mean, I'm like, what, over a year and a half in, and I'm just now figuring out how to do it. But like, you know, whereas I would do these really hard poses and hold them for a while, where you're like, you know, like triangle trikonasana, where your back leg's straight out and your front leg's bent 90 degrees. And it like really gets your heart rate going. But you can literally learn to breathe through it where you never lose your breath. Whereas normally up until a few months ago, by the end of each one, you're like, you know. But yeah, dude, I feel like I'm training for something, and I do think it's the breath is what I'm training for. I don't know what it is, but I'm excited. Yeah, spring's always been the start of the year. It's when it feels like the year starts, too. Dude, there's nothing like that first... Today was kind of like... It was like 50 degrees out, and everyone was like chilling in sweatshirts and stuff. It was one... You know, it's like one of those warmish winter days. It felt like spring could be coming. Which is scary because it's January 11th. Never forget. Oh, yeah, and it's the middle of summer. I was literally thinking that it probably sucks that you guys are on the downturn of summer. I was thinking of that earlier today, of Australia in particular, being in the middle of summer.
Why did I come here during this time? I don't understand why, because it's for a reason. Sit tight. Act like you know. Act like you know. This is your show. It's your girl, Mo. Be for real. Be for real. Trust yourself now more than ever. Use your discernment now more than ever. Now more than ever. Those codes will begin to activate this year. They're going to light up like a bitch. A lot of y'all are getting a revival of energy, a revival of life, a resurgence of life. What's going on outside of us is a collective representation of what's taking place inside of us. It's rebirth. That's why we're experiencing death, as within, so without. That's why we're experiencing destruction outside of us. You get nowhere being scared of what's taking place outside of you. You cannot control it. This year is about control what you can control, and don't give attention to what you cannot control. Don't allow it into your consciousness. You got more power over your reality than you think, but a lot of y'all walking around powerless. Act like you know that this is your show. This is the year. This year. Sit tight.
I'm telling you, Infinite CatDad Summer fucking... Oh, I didn't even play that for you guys the other day. I have... All right, boys. I figured out what we should do.
The pendulum is bound to swing back, and retribution is something that they cannot avoid. Just like your destiny, you cannot avoid it. They cannot avoid it either. Act like you know. Act like you know. Act like you know. The pendulum...
Oh, yeah. Okay, boys. Fuck protests, right? They're going to kill us with protests. They want us to protest. They want us mad. What about this? Letty T. Go-Go said, Soul Bro, I'd so love CatDad's summer cookout forever and ever on a tee. That resonated with quite the visions, you know. So yeah, here, let's picture it, right? Imagine New York City as a straight-up block party. No cars, subway works, everyone chilling. Every block can do whatever they want. We get some farmers to bring mounds of dirt into the streets and start a giant 3-block farm like every so often or whatever. Like, the world is literally our oyster. Everyone just does yoga or rock climbs and plays or whatever, and don't even who's gonna run the subway? Bro, I promise you, I know so many autistic people that are dying to drive the train. Anyone would sign up for 2 4-hour shifts a week or whatever, and everyone else is gonna work on farming. We're gonna rebuild our infrastructure. You know that Bushwick cleaning lady that's always cleaning up the gutters and stuff in Bushwick? Yeah, we'll do shit like that. We'll probably fix our houses that we're all that we all steal from our landlords, you know? Everywhere, wherever you live, that's yours now. Congrats. And then we can figure out the rest later once we get everyone else in houses, right? Like, we just lock down all of New York, and it's just one giant block party, right? And then we do that across the nation. Why the fuck is it so hard to convince everyone to do this, right? Like, this would be the most rad summer. We could literally do it this summer if we all wanted to, but we all gotta do it together. So, I don't know. Does everyone want another 9/11 to happen? Does everyone want Blue Beam to happen? Does everyone want to get hit by a meteorite? Or do you just want to do CatDad Summer Cookout forever and ever? Like, dude, I'm open to suggestions, so drop them in the comments. But this sounds pretty fun. It sounds way better than going to work and paying rent and paying taxes and dealing with ICE and the National Guard and stuff. What if we just got rid, made it so that their cars didn't work anymore, and we made them feel unwelcome, and then they removed themselves from our cities and went back to their homes on Long Island, and then fucking never saw them again, and we never let them back in, and we just let cool people come, and every block can do whatever it wants, right? Everyone could get together, and we could be like, oh, we're a couple electricians, we could do electric shit, and we could all come together and have fun, block party style. And one block is like there's like 8 grandmas that are there, and they're like, oh, we would love to be like, we could do like a daycare. We'll do like daycare, and you can drop your kids off, and then we'll watch them in the communal daycare, and we'll all have fun. We'll have bounce houses in the middle of the street and like soccer fields and shit. And then on the block over, everyone works on the farm, and the block over from that is like the big kitchen where everyone every night comes and has like a big old meal together, and music and dancing, and every night ends like a summer festival. Humans come together and do community. That's why they got to sow division so much, is because it is completely antithetical to humanity. We are not school shooters. The feds are. We are not assassinators. The feds are. The hogs are. The lizards are. So anyway, CatDad forever and ever summer block party. What say you? Let me know. We can all do it. It's gonna be sick. And dude. This is how we create culture, right? We gotta get away from their culture and just do our own thing. And we just gotta stop listening to them, turn the TV off, and just do farm in the street. No more cars. We'll get airships working again. You know what I mean? Everyone's like, no, I don't. It does. I mean, does it sound like a cult, or does it sound like? I mean, like it's. Like a whole city just saying no more cops, no more of this bullshit, no more going to work, everyone chilling. Like the move, dude, honestly, look at the move, what were they called? The Move organization in Philly, right? They basically did this. They had like 8 blocks or something all together, like all their backyards connected. They basically had like, I think they had like a patrol monitoring their neighborhoods. And what did they do? They bombed it. That can't be because that doesn't work. It's got to be because that absolutely works. Why the fuck else would they stop that in the bud? Like, they didn't want that to spread, dude. They saw that fucking cancer was about to eat their shit. To them, that was a cancer. To me, I'm looking at that and I'm like, that looks like the way we're supposed to live. I mean, dude, I think the way we currently live, this is a cult. This is the biggest cult. I don't see like, cause dude, like when I walk around my neighborhoods, I know like so many of my neighbors, they all have their own little thing that they're doing, but we all get along. Like, I had to hop over dude, I climbed my first fucking like 10-foot fence the other like last weekend because the guy who works in the like shop lot next to me accidentally locked his keys in when he went to go get lunch. And he was like standing outside the locked gate, and I was like, "What's up, Carlos?" He's like, "I locked my keys in the truck." And he's like 4 foot tall. And he's looking up, he's like, "I can't get up there." And I was like, "I've never climbed a fence, but I'll try." And I did it, dude. I climbed up this big-ass fucking tall fence, and I hopped down, and I went and found his keys. But, like, I don't know. Everyone's taught to fear their neighbors. So many people in my comments when I posted this are like, most people are crazy and psychotic, and this sounds great in a utopia, but it would never work in real life. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Honestly, you can get a cup of coffee with most people. I don't have a problem with most people, and if most people have problems with people that they're interacting with in the world, I think you might be the problem, right? Like, I have a good ass time when I interact with people for the most part. So, I don't know. I see this vision. I honestly, this doesn't even sound... This sounds fun. This sounds like we could slip into this real easy if we all just let ourselves believe that we could. If we all just stopped listening to what we're told all the time, and we just... Like, why does... Everyone loves a block party, right? Everyone loves a week vacation in the summer, and then at the end of your week vacation, you go, man, I wish this lasted forever. Why can't it? Let's get fucking militant. Let's demand these grocery stores feed us. We're going to fucking hold all of these grocery stores hostage. Not really. We're just going to occupy them, and they'll be our grocery stores now. You know, we'll figure it out. I'm sure they're like some rogue truckers would love to play Robin Hood, right? Be like, hey, they're withholding food and supplies coming into New York, and then we'll get a bunch of renegade road truckers who are like, dude, fuck ICE. We're going to break their blockade. Like, dude, this just sounds like community to me. I think America and capitalism is the cult. This sounds like how humans are supposed to live. It takes a village.
I want to do that. I want to...
But yeah, sure, fully a cult. If... Whatever, right? Or no, based, you're probably saying America's a cult, capitalism's a cult.
Keep going to work. I like watching children in Palestine dying. Oh, I just want to argue about whether or not the earth is flat or whether or not it's round forever. Oh, this is a psyop, you're a psyop, I'm a simulation. What if we just stopped going to work and we just did fucking, what's it called? Stardew Valley. We could all do community Stardew Valley, and then fucking Friday we'll have a potluck, and we'll all
fuck that. I changed my mind. Every night is a potluck.
Dance around and we'll take mushrooms or whatever. You can pick whatever you want because every block's gonna be its own thing. It's gonna be so fun, guys. Anyway. No, it won't be. I don't want to do that. I want to go to work. You guys sound stupid. Okay, love you, bye. Even the dummies who are gonna argue with this. Oh, that doesn't sound cool. Nothing will work. Everyone will just sleep. Okay, sure. Maybe that's what you'll do. But I know once everyone has a little free time, everybody is an artist. We are poets. We're musicians. We're engineers and architects. And we're not fucking 7-Eleven gas station clerk attendants. We're not fucking burger flippers. We are fucking musicians, bro. So, anyway, argue with me in the comments. I love you. Bye. Yeah, bro.
And
okay.
This came from this video.
It's Peter Thiel bots all the way down,
wait, no, it was
boys.
this one. We'll watch the Peter Thiel one in a second.
You guys know how we stop these lizards is eventually, someday, we're going to figure out how to get everyone to literally do nothing. That is the only thing that will ever stop them, I'm convinced. They only care about money, bro. We just need everyone to do it.
And money, to me, is just an energy loosh on us. What they really care about is energy. They want to squander and waste all of our energy and our time. Dude, I'm reading this other Manly P. Hall book. It's called The Secret Keys to Freemasonry. And in the fucking introduction, he literally says something like, the key to Freemasonry is that they know that every moment is an opportunity. Every moment that you aren't thinking about something profound and you're not wasting it on distractions, every moment is a waste opportunity if you're spending your time on distractions and stuff, which is so interesting, right? Because they've inverted what is most important to them, that every single moment is an opportunity to create reality, and they've literally inverted that so that they waste all of our time and our energy. That's what money is. That's what working is. That's what exchanging our energy and our creative juice that we would otherwise spend philosophizing or making music or toppling the government or whatever, right? We would otherwise spend all this energy doing that shit. But instead they got us working these fucking jobs, right? Like, money is the loosh. The loosh is what's most important to them, and They know that every second is an opportunity to change reality. So they have to distract us and manipulate us and keep us from thinking about anything other than feeding their louche energy system, which is money and capitalism, right? Yeah, this is why time equals money. The only thing to do is jump over the moon.
So I don't know how we get there. I don't know how many more 9/11s they need to do, or, you know, if they're going to do Operation Bluebeam, maybe that will make people be like, hey, we should stop talking about all these dumb talking points and blah, 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 you know? We should just band together and hate on all of the fucking Freemason cucks that are running everything. But the literal only way this ends is if we stop feeding the machine. We stop looking at it and paying attention to it. You know, and then we stop giving them our money. We all need to eventually stop going to work. I don't know how everyone gets on board with that, but it needs to happen. We need to COVID everything. We need to go back in lockdown. And that doesn't mean we don't have to do anything. It just means we don't do anything where we spend money or do anything that's involved in their system. We should all stay home and do a cookout forever. We'll do a whole summer cookout. That's it. And then we'll all just do, you know, we'll figure it out. But it sounds like fun, right? It sounds like
a post-apocalyptic community of Dave Matthews cover bands. Every fucking night we end with a different Dave Matthews tribute band. No, I'm just kidding. Every block can have their own music genre that they want. Everyone can just do whatever they want. That's the beauty of it. You split it up into blocks or whatever. I'm telling you, dude, when we're not fucked with, people are really good at organizing. They're really good at splitting the work. Truly. I've seen it with my own two eyes in real life.
Like open sandbox, GTA, you know? Imagine what you could do with all that time if you didn't work, and we all didn't work, and we all didn't pay rent, and we all didn't pay taxes, and we all didn't do, you know, all the shit that keeps this stuff going. We all stopped giving our attention to it, because where your attention is how, like, the more you think about something, or you know what I mean? Like, the more you think about something, the more it becomes real. So all of us always living in this dystopian hell it's always going to be a dystopian hell, and watching the news play back. So the only way we're ever going to break away is if we just stop doing everything that they want us to do. But yeah, I mean, I know it's a monumental task. I don't know how to convince everyone. I've been trying, but no one listens to me. But let me know. Is it going to be Operation Bluebeam that finally gets us to all band together? Honestly, dude, I don't think so. I think the sun could disappear for 3 days and everyone would still be going to work on the third day. They wouldn't stay home. I literally think if Jesus appeared in the sky, everyone would go to work the next day. An alien invasion, if they did Independence Day and blew up the White House, everyone would go to work the next day. We need to stop everything. Okay, love you, bye. You guys know it's Peter Thiel bots all the way down, boys. What about the reason the older two kids were taken away from...
Did you guys see this? This was running rampant everywhere, saying that Renee Good's wife put cigarettes out on her kids or some shit, and I knew this was bullshit because I got obliterated by bots within like 5 minutes of posting a video about it.
Renee, it's all over social media that allegedly her wife was using cigarettes and putting them out on the kids' arms, and Renee chose the wife over the children. I said, you all sound like bots. You all? You rang? Of course, said by an account who follows me with 0 posts, 0 followers.
Yeah, people say that they find purpose from working. Imagine if they worked on something that had a purpose, right? Instead of working on fucking making rich people rich or whatever, or cutting up a company to sell it for scraps, you know? What if we all fucking... Yeah, we figured out how to feed everyone. I bet that everyone would be willing to do that. You know, once they decucked their brains a little bit and thought for a second and were like, oh, actually, it would be nice if everyone wasn't, like, starving and stuff, because that's really how you get rid of crime. If I actually care about safety, then I would care about the safety of everyone, because that's how you are safe, is if everyone's safe. Because if everyone's not safe, then you're not safe. You know what I mean? But we're told, no, you need to be safe yourself and kill everyone else. The only way to safety is if you murder everyone else that exists. The true safety is isolation.
Follows 1 million people, including me, because all of my bots always do, and no picture.
But like, when I say I don't want to work, I mean a job. All I do all day is fucking put my energy into other shit. You know what I mean? Like, I love growing mushrooms. I love gardening. I love fucking doing yoga. I love researching stuff, you know? Like, this whole lie that, like, people are lazy is just that. It's a lie. We're talking about people who are stressed and, like, fight or flight, right? We don't know a time. Like, it's so unfair to be like, people will act like this if blank, because we don't know any other reality than this shit fuck one where everyone is always scrambling all the time to survive. You know? Once our survival needs are met for everyone, dude, people are not fucking lazy. People love doing shit. That's what we do. You know? People have fucking... Yeah, they have crushing fucking burnout. People have been working multiple jobs for decades, you know? So, of course, the last thing you're going to do when you get home from work is fucking anything else. So, yeah, people are lazy in their free time, not during fucking when they have to do other shit, but I don't know. I so hate that argument of, like, people pretending like they think they know how people will act once we're all free. You don't know shit. You know? Not saying you're saying that. Just saying a lot of people do be telling me that shit. People are lazy. No, you're fucking lazy. Sounds like you're a lazy bitch.
Like always, this is how I know Peter Thiel's watching me. Stop lurking, Peter. Stay out of my Stay out of my DMs. Stay out of my bed. Stay out of my sleep at night. In my dreams, you know, because they're hacking our dreams. Not because I'm not sleeping with Peter Thiel. Ever, dude. Stop. And yeah, to you all, here, look, I posted this, and less than 5 minutes later, I know this is all this is fake. I don't even need to look this up. I know it's fake because this is a Peter Thiel bot blitzkrieg, okay? Within 5 minutes, look at how many I got. Didn't she lose custody of her kids because her partner abused the kids? Compassionate enough to extinguish cigarettes on Rose's children's arms. Okay, she's been.
Yeah, and we're supposed to be tending to a bunch of different shit instead of one monotonous, soulless job. Exactly, dude. Like, that's why we have, like, zoochosis. We're all. I bet that, you know, if we were all left to do our own thing, we'd all have multiple hobbies. Like, dude, I like doing woodworking stuff. I like fixing things. I like fucking gardening. I like doing music. Like, you know, we all have different things that we like to do. And we're not meant to do one thing. That's why jobs are so soul-sucking. They're literally giving us zoochosis. You're not meant to do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. You're supposed to learn and morph and transform and build upon previous skills, learn more, understand more. Every new skill teaches you something new about the universe, right? Yeah, it's literally the reason we're all born with different skills. We're supposed to just support each other in communities. That's truly it, bro. And yeah, what is wrong with being lazy anyway? If someone only wanted to sit in dirt and forage for food, who gives a fuck anyway? The world is controlled to such a point we judge people for normal stuff. Yeah, exactly. And two, we all deserve rest too. Like the standard being 5 days on and 2 days off is literally psycho shit. Because whoever decided that certainly isn't doing it themselves. Like Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk works 5 days a week? You think Elon Musk works 4 hours a day ever? That bitch is just on Twitter. And I do think that there will be people that need to sit around for a while. Dude, honestly, at the end of the revolution, I think we all need like a year to decompress, for sure. There will be people who are ready to pick up the mantle. There will be people who need a fucking rest, and that's fine. You know? But yeah, I don't know. I look into the collapse of their system is so exciting to me. Literally nothing that we imagine would be worse than this, you know? So it's only going to be better.
Busy burning her kids. I love you, bots. I love all of Peter Thiel's bots that he sends me. They're like a warm hug. It lets me know that I'm fucking right. It lets me know that we're right about all of this. We wouldn't get so much pushback if we weren't right. That's how they deal with this. Because they want you to feel stupid and like you're wrong. But this is why having figured out, you know, getting an internal stillness and understanding truth with your own eyes and listening to the earth and not listening to what the fucking bumper fucking, what are they called? The bowling bumpers. They're trying to put you in a cage of thinking that this is a left or right issue, that she deserved it because she was fleeing. The cops shouldn't have shot at her, you know? Like, they're creating a million reasons why you shouldn't have compassion for this person who was shot in the face 3 times, point blank range, by a little bitch who was not even in danger. You know? They don't want you to trust your gut. That's what all of the distractions, all the poison food, all of the gambling, all the it's all to make us disconnected from understanding the truth by listening to our bodies and looking at nature and being fucking quiet and trusting ourselves and not listening to So, anyway, yeah, you all bots. Peter Thiel's little lizard army of bots. Guys, why do we think that they're so obsessed with the tech? Why do we think Larry Ellison and his son, who are just stand-ins for the CIA, are buying the entire media? Why does Peter Thiel's Founders Fund have its money in everything? All of our...
Yeah, Barry, right? They're botting the absolute fucking shit out of my comment section on that other video.
Social media. He founded Facebook, basically, because the CIA chose Facebook for us to fucking get into this shit with, you know? They want to replace real life with phone. A phone that tells you if you're right or wrong, so you never listen to yourself. Fuck these bots.
I love when Instagram censor fucking does the bleep before I say the word.
How dare you? Erica Cuck could never write a statement fucking her husband the way that Renee's statement was written. Erica Cuck would be like, Charlie liked green peas and he liked mushy carrots. I don't know anything about him personally, but he was a father and he was really tall. Erica Cuck. You guys want to get mad about a false flag? Let's talk about Erica Cuck again. But yeah, anyway, dude, this is why breath work and knowing yourself and living in truth is important. So you can't be swayed by these little
bitch bots. Peter Thiel's little bots. Peter Thiel who throws his boyfriends off of balconies and has blood boys and is also a fucking illegal immigrant. He's not even from America. He's from Frankfurt, Germany. His dad was a Nazi. And he runs the internet. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Okay, and he installed the vice president of the United States, who was the one leading the charge, saying that she's a domestic terrorist. This all works in conjunction. It's all together. It's what we call a conspiracy, because they're all working together to trick you. Not you bots. You don't have a choice because you're just running code. But if anyone who is real and is like cheering on that the ICE shot Renee, you're a pussy. Okay? Anyway, you're a little but I still love you anyway. You're an idiot. We'll change you. We'll make you see. We'll make you wake up one day. But yeah, dude, get the fuck out of here, bots. I hate you, Peter Thiel. It's Peter Thiel.
Okay, wait. Actually, we should listen to Renee's thing real quick because it was good.
You guys want to know why I know this one is...
Did you guys hear the letter?
...isn't a psyop? It's because Renee Good's wife hasn't run out in a pantsuit and sparklers and tried to...
This is the video that is botted to literal fucking hell, bro. To hell. Oblivion.
...sell merch off of this yet. She hasn't set up a look-alike van.
500 comments and most of them are like, she deserved it. Oh, it happened on 33rd Street. What's her face burns her kids with cigarettes. Oh, she shouldn't have driven at the car. Nope, this is a psyop. They aren't real.
And with her dead...
I'm serious. 500 comments on this video. I swear to God, 4/5 of them are fake.
Wife's body in there so that you can do a photo op with it. You know? Have you guys read the statement that she made for her wife who was murdered? It's how an actual grieving person speaks and communicates, especially one who seems like she cares a lot, seems like she's a very compassionate person, probably just like her wife Renee, who the government is literally painting as a domestic terrorist, bro. She didn't immediately run up to a camera and start doing fake crying with no tears to try and stir up an entire population, you know? To try and drum up support for Turning Point. I mean, sorry, I'm not talking about anyone in particular here. Is the government using this to stir up hate and division? Absolutely. But this was real. She was one of us. They took out one of us.
Kajix, shalom from Israel. How are you? Didn't she call him an idiot too? Call who an idiot? What, the cop? Kajix, are you really in Israel? Shalom,
and
brother.
One of us means all of the people. Everyone needs to lose the left, the right, black, white, everything.
She called him. Did she call him an idiot? Does that mean that he deserves to shoot her? You like that?
It's all of us versus the lizards. Anyone who works for the lizards is a lizard. Law enforcement are all lizards. These people are fucking lizards, dude. It's time for humanity to unite, okay? If you can't get behind this, I mean, dude, there's so many angles of this at this point. It's ridiculous. All these bots. They gotta ram their story down our throats. That's how I know that this is Peter Thiel post-event psyop.
Word.
The psyop is currently happening with all of this division and all of these dumb talking points and all this. ICE was wrong. ICE is always in the wrong, but especially in this situation.
Word.
You know, so all people, you need to unite. If you're not a lizard, it is time to grab your brother's hand, hold it tightly, and we're all gonna work together to get rid of these. Okay? The last thing that she said to ICE was, "It's okay, dude. I'm not mad at you." And the last thing that ICE said to her was, "You fuck And then shot her in the face
Well,
3
he
times.
said it after he shot her in the face.
On the side of the vehicle. Like a mob hit. So anyway, okay, I'm going to read the statement in case you haven't heard it, so that you can hear what an actual human responding to traumatic events and experience.
Yeah, dude, after I read this statement, I was like, this is not written by AI. This is written by an actual person who actually cared about the person who died. So obviously no federal involvement. Written well, not calling for violence. Crazy move, right? Crazy work. Love it. Doesn't feel federal. This feels real AF, bro. I hate to be right. I do. I really fucking hate it, but it's the cross that I have to bear, okay?
Experiencing severe grief, what they say. So anyway, don't go watch Parker's Dad or whatever from never mind. We'll not
Robbie
talk about
Parker.
that. Here we go. Ready? First, I want to extend my gratitude to all the people who have reached out from across the country and around the world to support our family. This kindness of strangers is the most fitting tribute because if you ever encountered my wife Renee Nicole Good, you know that above all else, she was kind. In fact, kindness radiated out of her. Renee sparkled. She literally sparkled. I mean, she didn't wear glitter, but I swear she had sparkles coming out of her pores all the time. You might think it was just my love talking, but my family said the same thing. Renee was made of sunshine. Renee lived by an overarching belief. There is kindness in the world, and we need to do everything we can to find it where it resides and nurture it when it needs to grow. Renee was a Christian who knew that all religions teach the same essential truth. We are here to love each other, care for each other, and keep each other safe and whole. But people have done across time and place, we moved to make a better life for ourselves. We chose Minnesota to make our home. Our whole extended road trip here, we held hands in the car while our son drew all over the windows to pass the time in the miles. What we found when we got here was a vibrant and welcoming community. We made friends and spread joy, and while any place we were together was home, there was a strong shared sense here in Minneapolis that we were looking out for each other. Here, I had finally found peace and safe harbor that has been taken away from me forever. When we were raising our son to believe that no matter where you come from or what you look like, all of us deserve compassion and kindness, Renee lived this belief every day. She is pure love. She is pure joy. She is pure sunshine. On Wednesday, January 7th, we stopped to support our neighbors. We had whistles, they had guns. Renee leaves behind three extraordinary children. The youngest is just 6 years old and already lost his father. I'm now left to raise our son and to continue teaching him, as Renee believed that there are people building a better world for him, that the people who did this had fear and anger in their hearts, and we need to show them a better way. We thank you for the privacy you are granting our family as we grieve. We thank you for ensuring that Renee's legacy is one of kindness and love. We honor her memory by living her values, rejecting hate, and choosing compassion, turning away from fear and pursuing peace, refusing division, and knowing we must come together to build a world where we all come home safe to the people we love. And they want to call these people domestic terrorists. So, I don't know. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Renee was one of us. They're going to keep doing this. Next, they're going to step into door-to-door. They'll just start banging on doors. This is
Ryan, why did she get out of the car? Has she said, bro, literally, I would. I'm a mouth-running motherfucker. If I saw ICE and they were fucking making a big old fucking noise on my street, if I heard them doing it right now, I'd go down there and see what they're doing. If I saw that they were being a bunch of loudmouth bitches, I'd be running my mouth the same exact way that her wife was running her mouth to that fucking hog who shot her, right? Like, dude, do you just love the police? Do you, like, I don't get why this bothers you. Like, this is so clearly, like, could be anyone, right? A lot of people don't respect the police on principle, on moral grounding, because they're slave catchers. Fuck them. So I would be running my mouth. You know? I've shown you that. Like, do you want people to just be docile and not say anything? Why'd she get out of the car? To talk shit. That's her God-given American right. Like, you don't talk shit to the police? That's weird, dude. They get no respect. All police are Paul. Easy, bro. I mean, no, you're trying to trigger me, though. Why'd she get out of the car? I mean, this is like the most fucking... Don't gaslight me. You know what you're doing. It's the same thing with the Kenosha shit. You're trying to trigger. And you're not triggering me. I'm just giving you a talking to. And I'm serious. It honestly, it doesn't... I'm saying shit like this because this does not match up with your moral character that I know of so far. Fuck the police. What are you talking about? They're all feds. They're all Paul Weisopels. We fucking hate Paul until he comes on the stream. But, I mean, I'm not triggered. I just stand on what I believe. And I don't pussyfoot around it and go, why'd she get out of the car? I'm just asking questions. To talk shit. What do you mean? That's her fucking right. Are you saying that Americans don't have a right to talk shit? Just print questions. You getting big mad? I'm not mad. But it's interesting to me. Like, it does seem like you're always trying, it does seem like you are trying to trigger me a lot. Not that I would get triggered by you, but then on other shit you're rad. So it's like what feds do, and it just has me asking questions, you know? So I'm just asking questions too. It's like what yoga does. Yoga tries to like butter up with like talking about yoga and then talks about bullshit like everyone needs a job and everyone should learn to love their job. It's how the feds work. They want to be your friend, but then at the same time, you know, they're picking and poking. Typical right-wing dingleberry tactics, yeah. And, yeah, honest questions. Okay, just keep asking your honest questions. I'm going to keep giving you honest answers. Don't mistake honest answers for for being triggered. Sounds like you're triggered. You're triggered! You blue-haired liberal. You little triggered blue-haired liberal.
What the Gestapo did, bro. You know what the Gestapo didn't fucking have, though? Drones with...
I'm skeptical of any rage bait we're given by Mockingbird. But, dude, don't you see how, no matter what, this can be used as a tool to unite all of us? Do you not see how this, even if it's fake, I don't give a fuck. It's not fake, but even if it were, right? It's our duty and our mission to do what they do, invert their stories to work for us. So no matter what, at the end of the day, this is a story that we should be using to unite everyone. So when you're like, even if it is wrong, like this is the problem with doing anything collectively is that we can't. Like half the people can't see how a consensus helps no matter what. Like it should all of us being a wall of, we won't accept this, we should all unite together behind this, and we should fucking change shit. But being like, it's not real, or whatever, you know, what does that help? Who's that helping? Seriously, answer that. Who's that helping? Is that helping our group? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. And, dude, we should feel rage about this stuff. I get what you mean. Anything that's like feels like an emotional pull, that it's like trying to make you feel emotional, but you're the one in charge of your emotions, right? Like, yes, for sure, this is emotionally charged and stuff, but this doesn't have to have the intended reaction that they want from it. Like, they want violence. They want anger. They want us, you know, shooting back at the cops so that they can do martial law. But if we transform this into, this is about all of us. This is a unifying thing. It's coming for everyone. No one is safe. They told us white women would be safe, and they're not, you know? So even if it's fake, we should use their fake story against them. And this is what I fucking said to you last stream, and you agreed with me, and now you're doing it again. So this is why I'm like, why are you doing this? It's just another get back in your left versus right fight and stop scrutinizing the zips up. But that's the problem, is you're seeing it as a left or right. It's not. I'm saying it's a us versus lizards thing. You should be being like, it's not a left or right thing, because it's not. The psyop is them making it left or right. No one here is saying it's left or right. You know how I feel about it. Digging into one side or the other helps them. I mean, that's not true, because the other side is ice. It's not like there's two sides to this fight. There's one side. There's one side that's right. Ice is not right. It's part of Project 2025 to martial law, so they're going to for sure try. But don't you see that what they want is violence, and what we should be uniting behind is, honestly, Renee's wife's message. She's not calling for violence. What her message says is literally what we should be doing. We're going to kill them with love. Not love of them, but love of each other. We're going to forget about them.
Sniper rifles attached to them, because we allowed all this to happen in Palestine, and it always comes home. The chickens always come home to roost, boys. If you don't think we're gonna be having drones with sniper rifles attached to them chasing after us, all of us domestic terrorists who don't think that ICE should be around, if you don't think that's coming, you're a buffoon. Watch Black Mirror. That's the programming making you accept this. It's so you anticipate it and you go, oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. They turn the event, which should be a unified consensus. Like, if people didn't hear from the propaganda machine that she deserved it, I think a lot of people would look at it and be like, what the fuck? So what they're doing, yeah, they're making it's the new blue dress, white dress debate. Exactly.
That's fine. Whatever. As we just keep doing. So, anyway. What a great message. Have a good night. This is not fake. Stop telling me it's fake. I don't want to hear it. This one's not fake. Go watch Charlie Kirk and then watch Erica Kirk's reaction afterwards and then come back to me, okay? That was fake. Oh, boy.
Literally, I think them making so much shit fake is to give us psychosis about this, so we can't tell what's real and what's fake.
Boy, and also did you see the lines, the blood squib lines? I'll do another video on that later. Not immediately after this. I'll let this one breathe a minute. Okay, gotta go. Bye.
Anyway.
Bro, you know I gotta get my own reach, bro. Okay? You good? What you saying, cuz? You're recording me? I'm not asking her.
Oh, he said, you're saying cuz? Whoa.
I'm not talking to you. I wasn't recording you. I am talking to you. I'm not talking to you. It doesn't matter. I'm talking to you. I don't give a fuck who you talking to. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? I am. I'm making sure you. All right, get the fuck out my face then. I'm not in your face. Get the fuck away from me, bro. Public space. Get the fuck away from me, bro. Public space. Nah, you need to get the fuck on. Give me my personal space.
You need to get the fuck on. Secret Service.
I live right here. My daughter lives right there, bro. How would you feel if you were taking people from the fucking streets? Huh?
Dude, people, all of these are not fake. People are mouth-running motherfuckers right now. People are mad. Dude, as soon as I see ice, you know I'm going to be posting that shit. Promise you. People be running their mouth. They want you to think that this is fake so that you don't do it. This is our side. This is the right side.
That gun on me, I'm not doing nothing. Don't point that fucking gun at me, you bitch.
Like, dude, literally all of these people should not feel comfortable anywhere.
Point that gun on the ground. Put that gun on the ground. I'm not doing shit to you, you motherfucker.
You need to get the fuck on.
You guys are fucking bitches. Take your fucking mask off.
Pussy.
Take your mask off. Don't fucking point spray at me. I'm not doing shit to you.
Bitch.
I'm not fucking doing shit to you, you little bitch. Right here in Downey. They're fucking doing this shit in fucking Downey. Dime tu nombre, tu nombre. Take off your mask, you little bitch.
And dude, look, watch. This guy fucking screaming at them, he stops these motherfuckers. They want you to think this is fake so that you think that this isn't fucking useful. Chasing these motherfuckers and honking behind them and following them is a good thing. It's a thing that fucks with them. It stops them. It makes them go home. It interferes with their mission. Sitting here filming people. If this isn't film, these guys are doing way more, you know? This is fucking bum fights, bro. Everyone knows bum fights. This shit's real. This is how people actually fight.
Hey, you guys are fucking bitches, all of you. Take off your mask, you little pussy. Dime tu nombres, tu nombres. Hey, man. Hey. No, just leave him alone. Hey, you guys. They live right here, man. Fuck. Just leave them. Just fucking leave them, you pussies. That's right. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, put your
Look, it worked.
fucking bear shit down. We're not gonna do shit. You're scared. You're fucking scared. Hey, no. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking bitches. Fuck you.
It works, dude. This is why people do it. It works. These little pussies ran. It works.
Hey, how would you like it if we came?
Yeah, this is one instance where everyone having a smartphone is actually huge for us. And dude, this is why people are paying so much attention to the Renee thing, is because it is so filmed. Like, dude, literally, think about it. How many angles of the Renee film thing do we have? Like 8. How many do we have of Charlie Kirk? 3, and one of them literally has AI artifacts in it of a chair falling through a table. Then the other one is a straight-on shot that looks like a squib hit from a Hollywood film, a bad one at that, a B fucking horror movie. Yeah, that was awesome, right? They don't want us to think this shit's real because it actually fucking works. We can stop these people. We can make them leave. Fuck the police. Fuck ICE, dude. Fuck Christy Gnome. You know why?
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. That hoe has
got to go.
Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe.
Yeah, exactly, Vanilla. I would do the exact fucking same. Honestly, bro, much like a cop who's yearning for a legal kill, I am dying. I'm so primed. I'm so ready for the moment that I see ICE trying to arrest people. I'm ready for it. I want it to happen. Because I'm ready to fucking go and film them and harass them. Fuck. Like, we should all be watching these and having our one-liners ready to say, you know? And just know what your rights are. Like, you can talk, you can interfere, you can fuck with them. You can call them a bitch. You can embarrass them. You can make fun of their shoes. You can try and help people that they're fucking with, you know? This stuff makes them run away because they're cowards. Can you put the link for that chicken leg video? Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe.
Are you good? You all right? No, this is Ice. What you messing with him for? He at the bus stop. But he's at the bus stop. What you messing with him for?
Now, stay back.
What are you messing with him
Stay
for?
back.
Why are you messing with him? He's at the bus stop, my nigga. He's at the bus stop, though. What are you messing with him for? You don't got to show him shit.
Yeah, exactly. Tell them you don't got to show them shit. Don't talk to them.
You have to show him nothing.
Stand back right
This
now.
ain't no
Get back right
investigation.
now.
Don't
This
put your
is
hands.
investigation.
This
Get
is
back.
not an investigation.
Get back right now.
Who are you? Identify yourself. Identify yourself.
Dude, they're so scared of being unmasked. We should fucking start unmasking these bitches.
You don't have to show him nothing. You don't have to show. He ain't got one. This is Ice. You don't have to show him anything.
Get back right
nothing.
now. Get back.
I don't have to.
Get back.
Don't fucking put your hands on me. Nigga, I'll make your ass.
I mean, just do whatever this lady's doing. Yeah, tell them you don't have to tell them shit. Don't talk to them. Just say that. Don't talk to them. Divert attention to you. Ask them questions. Doesn't matter.
Mace you. Don't put your fucking hands on me, bitch.
Just be belligerent, dude. You can say whatever the fuck you want. This is America still, I heard.
I don't know who the fuck you is. Oh, my mama, I will mace you. I don't know who the fuck you is. Don't put your fucking hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. The fuck is wrong with you?
All right, sir, do you want to go over to my...
No, he don't even know what you're talking about.
I love... No, just answer for him, yeah.
No, you don't need to. Why are you showing him anything? Yeah, we sure are. Yeah, we sure are at the bus stop right now. Yeah, what y'all driving? What y'all driving?
Like, dude, do what they do. Make them feel weird. Get their fucking... Film their shit. Ask for their names. Ask them who they're looking for. Just get their attention off of whatever they're doing.
Fucking with people.
Yeah, we gotta start unmask. Dude, someone needs to start a TikTok channel where all they do is unmask these bitches.
What y'all driving? This is Ice. This is Ice. Yeah, this is Ice. Or whoever the fuck y'all claim to be. Whoever the fuck y'all claim to be. Fucking with people for no fucking reason. The fuck is wrong with you? Fucking with people for no fucking reason. The fuck? Find something to do. Find something safe to do. For no, he don't have it. Find something safe to do, bitch. How about that? Give it where they at? Oh, okay. That's a nigga. No, I already got your face, partner. I already got your face, partner. I already got your face, partner.
Yeah, exactly. They control through fear, so if you're not scared, you gotta shoe up. They honestly, for the most part, don't know what to do with people like this. You know what they do? They get quiet. Remember Officer Pan and Officer Mendez? They got real fucking quiet when I didn't fucking stop, when I wasn't scared of them, right? Just talk your shit.
Nah. Oh, it's a nigga, huh? Yeah, a nigga. A nigga, huh? Yeah. Yeah, okay. 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 We making y'all famous today. Yeah, y'all famous today. I already got your face, partner. You put your shit up too. Wait, what the fuck did he get out of? Where's his car? We need.
It was a white car that pulled up right there in front of the street.
And let him out?
The car right there.
Oh, this one. Okay, this Ice too. This
no
Ice
plates.
Too. This Ice too. Yeah, hurt my ass. Nigga, I'm not an immigrant. I belong here. This is Ice too. Yeah, close your door, bitch. Close your door.
7X
Don't touch me. I don't give a
JY22.
fuck. Yep, and I'll spray your ass.
JW22.
I belong here. I
I'll
belong
spray.
here.
She says I'll spray your ass.
I belong here. Yeah, bitch. I belong here. I'm black, bitch.
She sounds like Dave Chappelle. I belong here, bitch. Bitch.
Hey, how would you like it if we came to your neighborhood?
So good.
Hi, Carmen. Hi, Carmen. Good bird. Hi, Carmen.
Christy Gnome is a bird. Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. I said Christy Gnome is a bird-legged hoe. Oh, Christy
Yeah, I hope a person like this would be around if my child ever needed help. Exactly. Dude, there's nothing better than running your mouth at cops. It throws them off completely. They have no idea what to do. Because they're all not funny either. So, especially if you can be funny, like, dude, just make fun of them. You don't even have to talk about. Just embarrass them. Make fun of their goofy hair or their Skechers or whatever, you know? Yeah, people who stick up for other people are the best. Bark, 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 bark. All right, let's have a little fun. Let's watch a little Minutes of Horror.
A few things to talk about in today's video. So we definitely have quite a few things to talk about in today's video. For example, an interesting update has come out involving the 3-Eye Atlas. But I do want to go ahead and start off with this very odd letter coming from the USPS back on January 5th, 2026. And you really have to ask yourself, what do they know? The subject reads, Postal Service employees continue to provide essential services. The last time something like this was sent out was during the C-19. That's understandable, but why are they sending it out again? The letter goes on to say, during large-scale emergencies, epidemics, hurricanes, civil unrest, etc., states and localities may issue curfew orders or other directives.
Sorry, I thought I heard something weird outside, but never mind.
Restricting travel and other commercial and personal activities. Many of these orders will explicitly exempt providers of essential services, but some do not. Even if a...
Dude, I know, Barry. It's so funny. The dichotomy of these type of people being so anti-mask during COVID and now absolutely loving masks is ridiculous. Like, not just like masks, but like covering their full face. I thought you can't breathe if you had a mask on your face. I thought you literally died. It's so funny, bro. Yeah, if you can get a group laughing and making fun of a cop, it's over for them. Absolutely.
State
dude.
or local action does not contain such an exemption, the Postal Service's operations are governed by federal law. Now, you may be saying this letter came out due to what's happening in Minneapolis, and if that's the case, we're definitely looking at a scripted event. I mean, it did take place on 33rd Street, but like I said, the letter is dated for January 5th, and I do believe what took place in Minneapolis took place on January 7th. So how would they know? The letter goes on to say, therefore, we continue to fulfill our public service mission by accepting and delivering mail and packages in accordance with federal law. Although postal employees are essential workers that may be exempt from state and local directives, any decision by the Postal Service to continue operations during an emergency must ensure operations can be conducted in a manner that protects the safety of our employees and the public. The Postal Service will continue working closely with federal, state, and local authorities to ensure that we are safely carrying out our mission during emergencies. I said, Now, it continues to say employees and contractors should carry the essential service letter with them as they perform duties for the Postal Service and travel to and from work. Now, the letter goes on to say because state and local government restrictions do not apply to prevent postal employees from reporting to or performing their work, all employees and contractors must be provided with a copy of the Essential Services Letter attached to this memorandum in an effort to assist employees who may be stopped and questioned by local law enforcement about their activities. is it possible with everything going on with ICE in the news, even before what happened in Minneapolis, the USPS, they're just trying to protect their employees in case they are stopped by ICE? I mean, it's possible. It's just very, very odd timing. But because the same letter went out during the C-19, I feel like the USPS was not supposed to send this out just yet, and perhaps the date is an error. So of course there are some people taking the letter to Twitter and asking Grok if the letter is real, and Grok is responding with, yes, the letter is real, it's dated for January 5th. But here's where I don't like, or one of the reasons anyway, I don't like asking AI anything, because it seems like Grok is trying to gaslight here, because it says it's a routine issuance similar to those from 2020 during the C-19, not necessarily indicating an imminent crisis. Someone replied with, well, how routine is it if the last one you reference is from 2020? Grok's response is, USPS issued these memos multiple times in 2020, March, June, July, December during the C-19, but records show none from 2021 through...
When did COVID-19 happen? Was it like December of 2019? And then lockdown shit started at the beginning of the year?
2025. They're not annual, but event specific for emergencies like pandemics or disasters. The January 2026 one seems...
Oh, this post office thing's been confirmed fake? Florida Dad's been getting goofed.
Cautionary, not
bit.
Routine yearly. Then it's not a routine issuance, it's given out during very specific emergencies. This is the letter that the USPS worker will be carrying with them, and it goes on to say the bearer of this letter, with an accompanying United States Postal Service identification badge, provides essential services of the federal government. Did
this just become a pro-mask, I'm scared of COVID, give me the jab group? No, it's just funny that the people who are most vocal about it are wearing masks now. It is funny. But yeah, it's the jab talking from me old mouth. But the refusal to wear a mask during COVID just came off as a selfish, not caring about others' health thing to me. Yeah. Because, dude, I mean, like, I'm sorry, but if people are sick, wearing a mask does help. Like, it literally. But that doesn't mean that they weren't fucking with vaccines and shit. People were getting sick. I got it. It sucked.
Postal Service is continuing to fulfill its critical public service mission by accepting and delivering mail and packages in accordance with...
But I was willing to wear a mask because I think that, yeah, I hate when I get sick. When people go to like yoga or something sick and get everyone sick, it pisses me the fuck off. You know? I don't think it's that much to ask for people to mask when they're sick. Feels pretty normal. It's just about caring about other people.
With federal law, the Postal Service's provision of mail and package delivery services is not affected by state and local government actions that restrict commercial and personal activities.
No, masks do not help. Science proves it. Sheep wear masks for no reason. Fuck, I'll see myself out. You're gonna leave over that? Okay. I mean, if you're that much of a little bitch, then bye.
Through the use of curfews and other measures in response to evacuation orders and restrictions. And looking at this letter, I'm eerily reminded of the 2026 Economist magazine cover, because just by taking a look at this cover, they're telling us that something big is coming. The world is on fire. We see drones everywhere. These red balloons.
Everyone get over the mask thing. It's just funny. We're making fun of hogs.
That
people who are vocally obsessed with the mask thing are boring, though.
symbolize impending doom. There's just a lot going on this cover, but the one thing I focus on is America's 250th anniversary.
A masky. Dude, do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck.
birthday cake, the red balloon surrounding it, you can see a cargo ship with a rocket firing right towards it. What just happened to come out on December 25th, Christmas, was this news right here. Chinese cargo ship packed full of modular missile launchers emerges. China has packed a deck of a medium-sized cargo ship with 60 containerized vertical launch cells, radar, and close-in weapons. The 2026 Economist magazine cover came out back in the beginning of November. Now, and I strongly do feel like 2025 laid the groundwork for whatever's coming through things like Palantir, AI surveillance, and so forth. But they really need a big event to get the digital ID rolling out in the United States in its full form, to the point that it's not voluntary, something like, again, we see in the United Kingdom. But talking about AI surveillance, I came across this very interesting article that was posted on January 6th, and is titled "Mysterious Black Cameras Spook Locals After Appearing in Wealthy Texas Neighborhood, and No One is Claiming Responsibility for Them." So basically, in Texas, all these mysterious cameras are being installed in public areas amid a spike in concerns about government surveillance and overreach. It goes on to say, in the north side of San Antonio, the unexplained black flock safety cameras fixed onto poles and powered by solar panels have become a more frequent sight for locals. They can scan and record the license plates of every car which passes them, as well as make note of the make, model, and color of a car. But here's the thing, the company that makes the cameras claims the information which can be ascertained reaches beyond just license plates to include other details that identify the vehicle's owner. So yes, it can identify you, and again,
8-minute warning.
Nobody's taking responsibility for putting these up. This individual, Jay Hill, a self-identified conservative from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, told the outlet that he is a staunch opposer to the surveillance. It's really a tracking system for law-abiding citizens. That's what I try to explain to people, he said. I choose to carry my phone. I can't go anywhere in Murfreesboro without passing 5 of those cameras. So these must be appearing in other states as well. And that's what I was going to say, that maybe they are appearing, these black cameras are appearing in other states and nobody realizes. I am sure these mysterious black cameras are no different than any other flock cameras, and they all come from the same source. More and more people are also, like for example, this video right here from IDK Sterling, are talking about this that happened back in 2024.
You might not know the context of this clip, but a lot of people were concerned about what was going to happen in September of 2026, just because the vibe here feels off. And if you're one of those people that feels like the vibe is off here, then you're correct. The man seen here is Taleb Al-Abdul Mohsen, the man accused of the 2024 Magdeburg Christmas market attack that took place in Germany. At the hearing for this alleged crime, which by the way he did admit to, he held up the laptop with a time frame, September of 2026, so a lot of people were worried that another attack was going to take place during this time. Now, while Taleb did not exactly clarify what he meant by this, we can assume that because of his extremely far-right ideology and Islamophobic views, he's probably referencing the 2026 Saxony-Anhalt election with a party called AfD, an extremely far-right party, hopefully winning in his eyes. So probably not an attack. In terms of the trial, we'll see what happens from here on out, but again, he admitted to being the person that was driving the car, so I don't really see a way out for him.
So yeah, I do believe that 2026 is going to be an even wilder year. I mean, starting off wild, but with that being said, let's go ahead and see what other people are talking about.
So remember 3i Atlas, which turned out to be a nothing burger at the end of the year? Well, guess what? They're actually hiding something from us. This is John Greenwald Jr., a UFO researcher who got in contact with the CIA to have them disclose information about 3i Atlas. Now, due to the Freedom of Information Act, the government's supposed to disclose to
res? Why is my shit set to 140?
the public about what they're doing, their whereabouts on certain subjects, etc. And this is their response to John. And I quote, "We completed a thorough review of your request and determined that in accordance with Section 3.6a of Executive Order 13526, the CIA can neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of records responsive to your requests." Now, it goes on to say that this information is now classified due to the CIA Act of 1947 and the National Security Act of 1949. So therefore, your request is denied. Okay, so at this point, we should all be very, very suspicious, because not knowing what this thing is one thing, but now there may be infighting within the community about disclosure.
There are people that are controlling this information, and there does seem to be, even outside of the purview of, I think, sometimes our own secretaries who have the best intentions on declassifying this stuff, there is this internal intelligence battle on this.
Internal intelligence battle sounds very promising, doesn't it? And of course, it's always in the movies because there's a movie coming out this summer called Disclosure Day, so it really makes you wonder, are we going to get our
Isn't
own
this the one where the lady starts talking like a reptilian?
Disclosure Day, or maybe not because they're hiding it? Who knows? Make sure you guys hit up my YouTube, The Maverick Approach, but let me know what you guys think about all this down below.
That video came from the Maverick Approach, and I still feel like 3i Atlas has its role to play for the future. I mean, they didn't come out and say that it weighed exactly 33 billion tons for nothing. We have the CIA out here playing footsies. They're like, there may be something, there may not be something, but we're not going to tell you. So of course that's going to raise off alarm bells. People are going to become suspicious. The CIA, they are not known for their truthfulness. So if they did not want any information to get out, they would just simply say, we have nothing. We have nothing at all. They wouldn't just leave it up in the air. Because the way they worded the response to this FOIA request, it definitely sounds like they know more or have more, but they're not telling, they're not saying. This continues to play into that alien agenda. Probably later on in 2027 or 2028, we'll hear that it was some kind of spy technology for some kind of hostile aliens. Hostile aliens that are exactly 33,000 light years away on planet 33.
Boy, they just can't stand to let the sun shine. They're going crazy up there.
Dude, I'm fucking so sick of it. We finally had the sun out today and yesterday for like the first time in what feels like 3 months. And then after like 2 hours of sunshine, the rest of the day, the whole sky's clear except for where the sun is. It's so maddening. Oh my God, bro.
All that's from what they did. It was sunny earlier, all the way sunny. And they're going strong. Look. Look at this.
Lizards, 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 lizards. Like, dude, this is so many planes. How much you want to bet these are drones? They probably are autonomous drones. Like, they probably don't have people in them because people would be like, okay, I love flying, but like, I feel like I'm putting a lot of metal in the air. Wouldn't you think someone would be like that?
Look at that. Oh, it'll be covered in a little while. It's crazy.
So yeah, they are just covering the skies more and more. And what's crazy is that they are no longer hiding it. They are just coming out and telling us to our face, yeah, we're doing it. In other countries, they are saying they're spraying Satan in the sky.
Yeah. Oh, I've been thinking the chemtrails could be to also cloak the skies for when helicopters come. I heard massive ones during the day a few days ago, but couldn't see shit because of the chemtrails. Yeah, dude, that's the thing that surprised me too when I was taking my flights home, was just how low the clouds are, the fake ones that they have up. Especially the hazy one. The first layer of clouds when they've got the double banger on top of us to double block out the sun. But yeah, I do think it's for cloaking planes and shit that are already not on the radar. So they just got to hide it visually.
Skies. Here in the United States, they are admitting to blocking out the sun, dimming the sun with what they're spraying in the skies. Barium and aluminum, among other things. Barium and aluminum, Baal, Satan, they're spraying demons in the skies.
You guys see the protests that are happening in France? Crazy. BlackRock is heavily involved in this Mercosur trade deal. It's a long-planned EU free trade agreement and would create one of the world's largest trading zones covering 780 million people.
Sounds good.
Except it's not.
Why?
Because it will primarily be about agriculture. Because it takes away all regulations that Europe has strongly held to with pesticides, with all these things that go into foods like American food. All the farmers of Europe will like basically lose their jobs. But so far, only 2 countries have voted yes on it in Europe, and the rest, including Macron, has said no. But like all these protests are happening, and like all these farmers are literally like dumping manure.
Say
and
what
like
you will about the French, they know how to protest.
Dude, they really do. They like brought a whole tractor of potatoes and just dumped in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
And like people couldn't drive over a pile of potatoes.
That's hilarious.
And this is where France government goes. So there's multiple layers to why these farmers are protesting. There is this cow disease going around France and other European countries right now. It's literally called lumpy skin disease.
Oh goodness.
It's like a less than 5% fatality for these cows, and it doesn't spread to humans. France and other European countries, if one cow has this, they'll come in and all your cows.
Does it affect their meat, I guess?
No, it doesn't.
So they're just taking advantage of the situation.
Yes, but that BlackRock is heavily involved in this agriculture and the cow stuff. So like BlackRock, they're buying these companies. So they basically want to be the providers of food for Europe.
When it comes to this news story involving the cows, it eerily reminds me of that news story in Canada where there were 330 ostriches that were culled for suspecting having bird flu. The owner said they did not have it, and in recent years, the farm had moved from traditional farming to research and study, and these birds' antibodies were part of an ongoing effort to combat the disease, but they were destroyed anyway. So yes, certain entities will go ahead and take advantage of certain opportunities to destroy what they...
Wait, I was just looking for your picture that you were talking about in the Discord, but I saw Eternally Pumping post this. Every time JD Vance's mom chose crack over him, it was justified. Wish we could trade JD Vance for Percocets like his mom did. I fucking get it, dude. We're finding out way too much about these cucks. When homie lets you try salvia for the first time and you genuinely become the moon for 255 years. Wait, which picture are you talking about? Continue where you left off. That's a Lev's picture. Ooh, H got a 33-degree Mason pizza today. All right. Fire. Dude, that looks good. The Pie Pizzeria. Yum. I don't see the picture, though, that you're talking about. Let me know. Let me know.
want to destroy.
Invasive
Oh
plants.
shit! Never forget.
plants
Never
that-
forget. Never forget. I don't know. Let's just pull up this old Jesse video.
I can't
Oh,
tell
masks off. Fitting.
you what's worse. The message was terse. Outright white supremacists.
Never
Our
forget.
American
Happy
first.
9/11.
I think they both sell merch. The whole place seems a little bit cursed. It's like somebody might have been living here first. Incels and sellers from a long line of failures underneath rumble umbrellas, daily wiring with the fellas, chrome mag, hate cave dwellers. The tale is older than the tellers. The tale is older than old Yeller. The internet is incarnate, manifested, given birth. There's some spillage in a village not far from where I'm living here on earth. It's a disgrace to the natural state. There ain't much that ain't. Hey Bill, hey Billy, hey Sarah, hey Tom, hey Mike. Everything is constantly unlike anything you've ever seen before. Everything is greater than it's ever been before. Pardon the progress, hate is part of the process. Catastrophic nostalgia and delusions of freedom. I think we ate the last apple in the Garden of Eden. All the masks are off and they don't even try. They know that you know that they know and they don't even mind it. All the masks are off and they're getting lazy. They think you're so damn stupid. They think you're so damn crazy. Killing people from a distance in an instance of the insistence of a president with a blackmail gun to his head for the fun that he had in the dark ages. Pages and pages and pages and pages. Thought they'd get away with it. The minimum wage is outraged with it. Gonna burn somebody at the stake for it. Fruit of the doom, oranges and grapists. Hold on to your vapes, kids. Icicles and alligators and blood traders and purveyors of strange behaviors and masqueraders and masked invaders. And layers and layers and layers. Be good to your God and be good to your bear. Take your aspirin and your Roundup and say all your prayers. The loogie of factions that the nation has hacked is boiling and festering and stabbing itself in the back. Who here is surprised by that? Who here is blown aghast? If you want to know the future, simply look into the past. All the masks are off and they don't even try. They know that you know that they know and they don't even mind it. All the masks are off and they're getting lazy. They think you're so damn stupid. They think you're so damn crazy.
I like this one a lot. Fuck yeah, bro. Whoops.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna watch that anyway. Okay, I think I found it. These ones? Yeah, I think we looked at these the other day. Yeah, these are fucking...
I missed the fucking sky. Was this it? Yeah, they're coming out of the cloud or out of the mountains. Is that mommy? I can't remember. Eternally Bumpin's got the best memes, bro. Greasy Newt Network. That's me. Kathy Sanders, author and event speaker. I lost my grandsons in the OKC bombing. Through faith, I found healing and now share my journey. That blurb reeks, dude, right? I don't like that. Yeah, she made her fake dead grandkids her whole personality. She likes it. She's like a Jeep lady of dead grandkids. I'll try to find her birthday and middle name. I was in complete shock on this day. My kids had just died. I was only 23 years old. I'm not a sappy, sad sack at all whatsoever. Whatever comes your way was written in the cards before the day you were born. Every hair in your head is numbered. Life can be unpredictable and scary. Deal with it. Don't be afraid. Make the best of every fleeting moment. Hey, yo! This is the first time I'm seeing this. Sorry, Black Death. I did not see this. I need to put this shit in the Miro. Holy fuck. What the shit? Dude, if we thought we were wrong for an instant, dude, I'm saying. Okay, here's what I know. Here's what I think I know in my fan fiction. Could kids have died in OKC? For sure. Did Kathy Sanders' grandchildren die in Oklahoma City? No. No. Dude, these people are liars. Bro, I bet that they got to be MK Ultra, right? Like, how? But they also gotta know enough to divert. Like, Kathy Sanders literally worked to change the subject of Paul Weisopel. Uninterested in it. So she has to have a base knowledge of what she's covering up. Maybe her daughter is MK Ultra, but the fact that her daughter is like really not involved in all of it is like really telling. Kathy is richer than Paul for sure, dude. Ooh. Bro, these are damning, right? Like, she goes, these are the cards I was dealt. Get over it. I'm sorry, what the shit fuck? What the literal fuck are you talking about, right? Are we nuts here, boys? This feels off to me. This don't feel right to me, boys. This reeks. Good digging, Black Death. Keep going. Oh my goodness. Who is this? They both sit on Facebook and post about the Oklahoma City bombing every day. Holy shit, plot twist. Kathy Sanders has a nicer house than Paul. Yeah, dude, she married some like rich business guy who, when I read it in the book, in her book, it really felt like, because I was still under the impression when I read the book that Kathy was actually a whistleblower, but now I know that she could never write that book if it was real. But even in the book, her new husband reads like a honeypot, and he's like loaded. Yeah. Oh, so that's the house that you were showing. This is Kathy's house? Wait, shut up. Wait, are you saying this is Kathy's house? Oh, that's a mansion in... Oh, never mind. Where's Kathy's house? Kathy's kitchen. Wait, this is Kathy's business? Oh my god, dude. Is this how they order the kids? As many of you know, I lost my grandchildren in the Oklahoma City bombing. What you might not know is that I have spent a large part of the last 28 years investigating the bombing. For the past 2 years, I've been working with HBO on a documentary that will air on April 16th. Check out the link below to see the trailer for An American Bombing, The Road to April 19th. Mark your calendars. You won't want to miss it. Katie Couric and I will also be appearing on the Today Show on Friday, April 12th to promote the documentary. Have we seen that yet? I haven't seen that documentary. I Miss the Sun. Dude, me too. Kathy Sanders crashes the reading room. Okay, caught up. Anyway, dude, I don't fucking know. Yeah, HBO loves putting out cuck documentaries. Yeah, she posted that on her cooking page. As everybody knows, because it's all I talk about, I lost my grandkids in the Oklahoma City bombing. Oddly, my daughter has no memory of this, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, dude, we'll have to watch some of this tomorrow too, but Jay Aubrey did a video called Where Did This Freak Even Come From? And it's about JD Vance.
Sponsors is a guy, Peter Thiel. One of your primary sponsors is a guy, Peter Thiel, right? Yeah. What do you owe somebody if you do, like, if you get into office, if somebody, like, donates a lot of money to your campaign? Like, how does that relationship work after that?
I think the attitude is you don't owe him anything. I see a lot of crazy stuff on the internet about Peter Thiel. You know, he's always been a friend of mine. He's always been one of the smartest people I've ever met. Like,
really?
Just a very thoughtful dude. Mm-hmm. But he's literally never asked me once for anything. It's an honor to serve, but it's also a sacrifice to serve. And if people are going to write me a check, great, but I don't owe him anything.
So he just believed in you?
He believed in me.
Switch to the reptile. Switch the letters to the reptile. That would have been such a cool edit.
American oligarchy has reached a pretty terrifying new level.
It's been bound to happen. The moment where we all share this earth with the first trillionaire.
Netflix is announcing a definitive agreement to buy Warner Brothers in a multi-billion-dollar deal.
What are the pros of ChatGPT?
It can really do a lot of stuff. People are asking it for healthcare advice, how to learn stuff.
And do you use ChatGPT when raising your baby?
I do. I cannot imagine having gone through figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly, people did it for a long time. No problem.
Yes.
But
I fucking hate Sam Altman's whisper voice. I want to kick the fuck out of Sam Altman and his little fucking Justin Bieber swoop. I want to beat Sam Altman. I want to beat his ass, dude. Does Sam Altman give you guys the same fucking rage that it puts inside of me? I just want to beat his ass. It's all I can think about every time he opens his mouth. Sorry.
Yeah. So I know it's clearly was possible.
His little fucking Whoville nose. He belongs on the set of The Grinch. He looks like the Grinch, bro. Imagine him with green long fur. He's 80 years old. So he just believed in you? Yeah, Theo's such a fucking jester.
Yes, it was possible.
As prices skyrocket all over the country and income inequality widens, the story stays as cliche as ever. A tiny handful of the most annoying people imaginable get rich off our tax dollars, merging their great empires to create even greater ones in their endless quest to own everything. I mean, these guys have all the money and power in the world, right? What are they even doing with such endless resources? That's pretty cool, I guess. Well, apparently not paying their taxes or solving world hunger, despite whatever promises made by Rocket Boy. Remember when this guy asked for a dollar amount and a detailed plan that would solve world hunger, and when the World Food Program gave him exactly that, he suddenly stopped replying and never brought it up in public again. Do you know how hard it is to get Elon Musk to stop talking? But some guys take it a step further. If your name happens to be Peter Thiel, for example, then you're operating on a totally different playing field than these freaks. You're still up to your typical billionaire shenanigans, of course, but you're also doing side quests, like hosting numerous seminars where the main topic is the Antichrist. You know, the real regular stuff. He's just like me and you. I don't think it gets more dystopian than extremely rich weapons dealer obsessed with the Antichrist. I mean, if you were to write that in a script, it'd probably be thrown out for being too on the nose. While dishing out spy tech to various militaries and countless federal agencies, Thiel pushes forward on his own personal quest to uncover the true harbingers of the apocalypse. As of this moment, he's found the Antichrist to be emboldened by such wicked and unholy concepts as environmentalism and regulating Silicon Valley. Is that in the Bible? In Thiel's own words, the Antichrist is an evil king or tyrant or anti-messiah who appears in the end times. Now, I want you to just pause for a moment here. Just close your eyes and imagine who he could be thinking about when he says that. Who do you think fits that definition? Greta. Because Thiel certainly has some names in mind. Did you think of someone? Did you think of Greta Thunberg? According to Peter Thiel, the agent of the Antichrist might just be a 22-year-old froggy hat-wearing Swedish activist who committed the unthinkable crime of delivering food to starving refugees directly.
I mean, I do kind of think she's a Fed. She's got to be, right? I mean, her parents have to be, like, loaded, right? She's got to be a Nepo baby of some sort, right? I bet. No offense. We still love her. We love her mission, but she's a Fed.
To a blood-soaked part of the world that Peter Thiel happens to profit from. You know, I'm guessing that's just a coincidence. And technically, to be fair, his exact words were that Greta was a legionnaire or shadow of the Antichrist. So not necessarily the Antichrist itself, but something close to it, I guess. But sure, it's this kid that fits the mold, and definitely not the guy who told the president's second in command to essentially ignore the words of the Pope, despite both men being supposedly Catholic. Because who knows? Maybe the Pope is the true Antichrist, right? I mean, if you ask me, Vince probably shouldn't be meeting with any Pope on account of what happened last time. In this third and final installment of our Peter Thiel saga, we'll be exploring his more vindictive side. We'll see Thiel run.
Bro, the whole world is crazy. Like, the French president literally is fucking his own dad, who's a woman now. That's all fear trauma control. The world runs on this shit. I got deep rage. I'll help. Her mom's an opera singer? Okay. What's her dad do? Wall Street investor. He runs Deutsche Bank. Yeah, I just like, Greta gets so much reach, it's like she has to be part of the team. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, she started when she was like 9. It's like Monarch for Operation Monarch for, what are they called? Eco people. She's the Shirley Temple of federal activity. She's an AI. Probably. Who knows, dude? I've never seen her in real life. I can confirm that a lot of the, like, I mean, I've seen a lot of Hollywood people, like, you know, celebs and shit in real life. So I know a lot of them are real from personal experience. Not to brag. I'm just saying. I interned at the Daily Show, so I saw a lot of people. So I do know that a lot of these people do be real. I don't think Greta came when I was there. The first person that was there on my first day was Pink. I went and got her coffee. She was actually really sweet. In person.
Rise from one of the lowest points of his life to solidify himself as one of the most powerful figures in American politics, ravaging entire media outlets along the way and installing his own personal minions wherever he sees fit. Join me in shining a bright spotlight on the unchecked influence that Peter Thiel has cultivated and continues to wield to this very day. After all, in his words, being evil is far preferable to being incompetent. But before any of that,
I am glad that everyone is seeing Peter Thiel for the lizard that he is.
It's sponsor time. I think you're Christian. Don't off your head over with. It's the early to mid. I'm sorry. I want you to imagine for a second that you are Peter Thiel. I know that you may need to set your morality to the side, but picture this. It's the early to mid 2000s. You are on top of the world. Your data analytics company has bought you a seat at the table with high-ranking government executives.
Okay, dude, I like that Greta Thunberg isn't even real. She's just AI. I dig that. Maybe the whole fucking Palestine Armada thing was AI. That is something that could be faked for sure. Easily. More easily than the ICE shooting, in my opinion.
You're riding high off your other main company selling to eBay for a staggering $1.5 billion, earning you personally a $60 million payday that you then sink into what will become one of the most valuable corporations of the 21st century. Meanwhile, your hedge fund is being called by SFGate one of the nation's most successful and daring hedge funds with $2.1 billion in assets. You're getting invited to speak at conferences and being praised as a kind of investing savant. More glowing profiles are being written about you than you know what to do with. The stuck-up mainstream institution.
Oh wait, did you guys hear about this story about this anti-gravity researcher lady that was killed recently? She was like 36 or something, and she was apparently releasing a paper about some anti-gravity shit. And there was like a podcast that she was on where she was like joking about her colleagues being like, has anyone from the government come and talk to you yet? Because that's how you know when you're really onto something, when they come and give you an offer you can't refuse or whatever. And she was joking about worrying about going to be killed over her research. I just saw one video about it, and it seems like it was after the physicist guy that was swept under the rug. Has anyone heard anything about that since? Remember when some fucking prominent physicist was murdered? What's this lady's name? Do any of you guys got a link to that video? You know what I'm talking about? I saw there was like a podcast or something. Like she was talking, she was goofing about it. I'll look through my likes real quick.
Institutions you've always loathed are finally lauding your name. From the New York Times to Fortune to Forbes, which went so far as to call you the philosopher king of hedging. Within the confines of Silicon Valley and those who report on its power brokers, you are seen as a god. But what's this? Someone's at the door. Who could it be? The worldwide financial crisis of 2008? Not who I was expecting for some reason. For perhaps the first time in his life, Peter Thiel was beginning to struggle. Whatever struggling means for a guy in his tax bracket anyway. In November of 2008, TechCrunch reported that despite a previous return of 58% on investments that year, Thiel's bets turned sour in October, with Clarium Capital, his company, experiencing an 8.
Here.
He was like, if you haven't had a U.S. government agent come to you and say, stop, shut the fuck up. Stop, shut the fuck up. If that hasn't happened, they're going to let you do it. They're waiting. There are SSP motherfuckers that are fucking twiddling their thumbs. Like, is Amy not gonna publish soon? Gah, we've been influencing this bitch forever. Doesn't she know we want her to publish? Jesus. Like, there's multiple people doing that right now.
What's her name? Amy
and on the other side of the fence,
Amy S.
there's multiple parties looking at each other like, didn't we tell this bitch 3 years ago that we kill people for this? Is she not listening? What is she doing?
Oh, this is from a couple years ago, I guess.
She's still doing it? What? We told her we were gonna kill her 3 years ago. So I have these two different scenarios floating constantly in my life where I have people being like, do it, do it, do it, you're the one, do it. And then I have multiple people being like,
oh, Ashton Forbes has talked about her.
They're gonna kill you. Don't do it. They're gonna kill you. He was like, if you...
Anyway.
18% hit that 1 month alone, wiping out all gains for that year and landing Clarium in the negatives. Max Chafkin wrote in The Contrarian that the Clarium investors had received an ominous letter from Thiel himself just a few months before Lehman Brothers, a Wall Street institution that Chafkin notes had survived the Civil War, the Great Depression, and 9/11, came crashing down and triggered the crisis. Speaking in such extreme terms that almost sounded biblical.
The angry brows give it away. Greta is AI and a cheap version too. They were like, do not spend money on that bot. It's about the environment, so we don't spend money on that shit.
Thiel warned investors that the entire human order could unravel in a relentless escalation of violence, famine, disease, war, and death. Against this future, he wrote, it is far better to save one's immortal soul and accumulate treasures in heaven in the eternal city of God than it is to amass a fleeting fortune in the transient and passing city of man. I'll be honest, hearing those words from the guy in charge of my investment portfolio probably wouldn't fill me with the most confidence. I won't lie to you. But even as his prediction of a recession rang true, Chafkin reports that Thiel was unprepared to weather the storm. Precisely, he wrote, because he could not convert his big idea into a trading strategy. And by the end of 2008, Thiel was down roughly 5%, triggering pensions and sovereign wealth investors to pull their money out of Clarium, effectively ending his career as a professional hedge fund manager, in the words of Chafkin. But even outside of his reputation as an investor, cracks were beginning to appear in Thiel's personal life. See, Thiel is someone who has always benefited from scheming in the shadows, and the more he spoke openly, the more he seemed to gross people out. In 2009, Thiel wrote an infamous article for the libertarian Cato Institute that appeared to decry women having the right to vote as one of the reasons democracy hasn't worked, writing, since 1920, the vast increase in welfare beneficiaries and the extension of the franchise to women, to constituencies that are notoriously tough for libertarians, have rendered the notion of a capitalist democracy.
Yeah, I love how this dude puts heavy beats, puts bass heavy beats in the background of his vids. Hell yeah, dude. I think he makes them too, I'm pretty sure.
Into an oxymoron. The Huffington Post reported in 2016 that Thiel did later clarify his statement with, while I don't think any class of people should be disenfranchised, I have little hope that voting will make things better. The Post points out here that he didn't actually walk back his initial statement, ever. Instead, the Post said it was Thiel's hope that readers would latch onto a different part of his essay. Charged with the prospect of moving beyond politics, Thiel had pointed to 3 new technological frontiers that may one day provide us a kind of escape: outer space, cyberspace, and the most bizarre of all, seasteading. Now, if you haven't heard of seasteading ever before in your life, that's because it was a ludicrous fringe idea conjured up by free market economist Milton Friedman's grandson, Patri Friedman. These days, you can find Patri making headlines for his bold efforts to create what the financial...
Was Milton Friedman a dumb capitalist economist cuck?
Times called cities that run like a for-profit company rather than democratic.
Oh, great. That'll be great.
democratically elected officials. In Friedman's ideal vision of society, a private venture-backed company is the city operator, and its directors design the laws, and they earn revenue through some combination of rents, taxes, and service fees. But in order to achieve this dream of starting a corporation-style city, Petrie and his friends would need to find a big enough plot of land, and they've already started scouting. He admits that in Africa,
They said, let's talk to Ghislaine Maxwell and let's set up a fucking let's set up a city on an oil derrick, and all the city is for is child trafficking. That's the only rule in our country's constitution, is that we're allowed to traffic children.
We are looking at land parcels large enough that there will be people living there, in which case we will offer relocation bonuses to pay for anybody who wants to move out of the zone. What's the matter, guys? You don't want to live in a technocratic corporate oligarchy state? All right, then pack your shit and get the fuck out, I guess. When the author of this piece asked,
Dude, I do want to live in a technocratic hellscape. Sounds awesome. Peter Thiel's president. What if J.D. Vance installs Peter Thiel as president when they finally murk Trump's character and they get him off the playing field?
Friedman about fears that this could bring about techno-fascism, Friedman bluntly replied, I mean, we are funding companies that will operate non-democratic cities, and if you're not into that...
Calling it a non-democratic city is scary. You can't think of anything more positive to make it sound like... You can choose a word that isn't non-democratic. That's a choice.
Shouldn't move there. Awesome, man. What about the people that are there? Anyway, that's how the project is looking currently. But this same Financial Times piece also makes sure to note where Friedman's scheme received its first bit of funding in the form of a $500,000 donation in 2008. Back then, Friedman had set up what he called the Seasteading Institute, which sought to establish such autonomous cities as floating societies atop platforms in international waters. You know, where you don't have to concern yourself with pesky international laws and
like no human trafficking,
whatnot, giving the residents, in the words of Max Chafkin, the freedom to experiment with illicit substances and enjoy any other pleasure currently denied by the world's 200-odd countries. Friedman teamed up with some other like-minded maniacs, libertarians, to write
a necromancer never gets rid of their best puppet. Are you talking about Peter Thiel getting rid of J.D. Vance? No, J.D. Vance will still be vice president. He's just going to be Veep forever. I would love to see a spin-off of original Veep, but just updated, because, dude, you would watch Veep today, you know, the HBO comedy with Julia Louis-Dreyfus. You would watch Veep today, and it would seem soft compared to reality. They didn't go far enough. They should update it and go 200 miles an hour. And yeah, they should have it be JD. They should literally do it as JD Vance's office.
Paper weighing the pros and cons of incinerating human feces on the island, the possibility of using expensive Chinese-made cruise missiles to defend against attacks from hostile naval fleets, and of course, what it would be like to create a society free.
Oh, you're talking about Vance getting rid of Trump? Well, I don't think it'll be JD Vance who's making the decision to retire Trump. Vance is just a little puppet boy himself. He's Peter's puppet. He's attached to Peter's penis.
Of taxation. I wonder why Peter Thiel would be down for something like that. As would be impossible for anyone to predict at the time, the concept of seasteading, it didn't exactly pan out in the long run.
Dude, isn't it weird that Ghislaine Maxwell was really into Terramar, into seasteading?
Especially as questions of logistics began to pile up, even as the movement gained significant approval from Thiel and Friedman's fellow libertarians. Business Insider reported in 2018 that because the United Nations grants every member state control from its shoreline up to 200 miles out to sea, these new floating societies would need to be constructed pretty far out into the ocean, further isolating them from other nations and raising the cost of operations significantly. Not to mention the headache of moving a large number of people all the way out there. The Institute itself determined it would need at least $225 million just to build the seastead.
I said,
Ghislaine Maxwell loves seasteading and wanted to start her own child trafficking country, Terramar. Weird coincidence.
Then they would need another
Just a coincidence.
$8 million a year to keep it functioning, which wasn't looking the most promising against a crowdfunding effort that had only raised about 27 grand by 2013. Within the next few years, seasteading was considered a joke by the majority of civil society. Even Teal himself wound up admitting in an interview that engineering floating libertarian utopias out in the middle of the ocean was not quite feasible. But such a realization only popped into his mind, I guess, after he burned millions of dollars on the hopeless venture and was mocked relentlessly for having any hope in it whatsoever. While this ridicule came from a number of sources, there was one in particular that Teal had a personal and visceral hatred of. If you've never heard of Gawker Media, there's a reason for that. A reason that will reveal itself to us very soon. But if you
I can't believe Peter took Gawker from us.
do happen to be familiar with the publication, then you might know them as the irreverent, flame-throwing media network that by 2012 was the proud parent company overseeing a fleet of various websites, including Wonkette, which covered politics, Jezebel, which was mostly women's commentary, Deadspin, sports, Gizmodo, tech, Kotaku, video games, Fleshbot, porn, and most relevant to our story today, Valleywag, a blog that took pride in their needling criticism of Silicon Valley tech lords. This is where Peter Thiel found his mortal enemy, Nick Denton, founder and managing editor of the flagship site. While Chafkin notes that Valleywag wasn't near as large or consequential as Gawker's other sites, Denton considered it his pride and joy, personally taking over blogging duties in 2006. As an Oxford-educated journalist who had previously covered the tech world for the Financial Times, Denton had a keen understanding of the Valley as the center of the world, for better and for worse. But as far as Valleywag writers were concerned, it was mostly for the worse. As an effective tabloid, it was their job to almost exclusively focus on the negative side of the burgeoning tech world, publishing blistering reports of its top leaders. But Chafkin explains here that there was a reason for that too. Back in the day, mainstream outlets tended to be a lot less critical of Valley figureheads like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, particularly because it was flattery that got you access to these.
I can't believe, dude, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs were both just straight up feds, bro. Everybody's a fed. They're all just fucking feds. Of course they are. I don't think you're allowed to have a certain amount of money unless you are a fed. Truly.
Titans. If you wanted to be the first to review a new product or get your foot in the door at an exclusive event, there was a limit.
Dude, that ad actually rules. Did it really say sorry, no beige? That's pretty great.
On what exactly you were allowed to say. Chafkin notes that, for example, reporters guilty of negative coverage of Apple would routinely be banned from launch events, taken off lists for review units, and worst of all, shunned by Steve Jobs, who maintained close personal relationships with the very reporters who were supposed to be holding his company accountable to investors and the
seems weird.
Public. Denton aimed to flip this dynamic on its head, taking Valleywag in the complete opposite direction, its writers being utterly unafraid of backlash, sometimes to the point of recklessness. In the years they were operational, Valleywag happily aired out the personal affairs of powerful figures like Google's Larry Page and Eric Schmidt. They'd leak private correspondence, highlight stories of sex and hypocrisy, and readily go where other publications wouldn't dare. This mentality is what led Gawker to break the story of Toronto Mayor Rob Ford's crack addiction, to reignite rumors of Bill Cosby's sexual assaults, and it published the first anonymous claims against Kevin Spacey and Louis.
What did Rob Ford say? He said after he got caught smoking crack, he said something like, I think you guys are all just jealous that you don't have anyone to smoke crack with. He didn't care.
CK. In their mind, as long as something was true, it was fair game. But it was also this move fast and break things approach that led to some other more heinous stories being published during these years as well, which included leaked nude photos of celebrities and the publishing of sex tapes against the subject's will, which is pretty heinous, inexcusable shit. I'm not here to defend the integrity or lack thereof that Gawker possessed. Even Nick Denton himself agreed with NBC's assessment of Gawker as snarky, sexual, shameless, and mean. But it is important to understand that these latter reasons I just gave weren't exactly the reasons why Teal despised them. He had it out for Gawker long before they started flirting with the more inexcusable forms of content, and those reasons were entirely personal. As far as Valleywag was concerned, Peter Teal considered them, and this is an exact quote, the Silicon Valley equivalent of Al-Qaeda, even doubling down on the comparison when he said its employees should be described as terrorists, not writers or reporters. Again, Valleywag he's talking about, the one that went after his friends, not Gawker as a whole. Just need to point that out. Though he acknowledged that terrorism is obviously a charged analogy, Teal maintained that it's like terrorism in that you're trying to be gratuitously meaner and more sensational than the next person, like a terrorist who is trying to stand out and shock people. It's an interesting theoretical question, he added, whether if Valleywag went away, something else would fill in to replace it. But why would Teal be asking a question like that? Sure, he didn't enjoy their lambasting of his politics and seasteading, but there was also something more personal bubbling beneath the surface for Teal. And to understand that something, we need to go back to the source, published almost 20 years ago. Peter Teal is totally gay, people. Those were the 6 words that came.
Was that the real article? I didn't even know that. That's so fucking funny, dude. That's why he destroyed Gawker's, because they wrote it, the headline said Peter Teal is totally gay, guys. Dude, that's so funny. Google should be renamed 30 to reflect how many relative websites they give you.
Screaming across Teal's screen one fateful morning in December 2007. It was a story published by Valleywag contributor Owen Thomas, a man who had been dropping occasional hints at Teal's sexuality in previous pieces, but decided on this day to come out and finally say outright what he had been implying.
That's really funny, honestly.
All along. It was a brief article, and Chafkin notes that it had been Denton's idea to publish. Denton and Thomas, both fellow gay men, were personally of the mind that the closet should be thrown wide open, with Thomas later remarking that I see the whole assumption that there is a
Peter Teal is totally gay, people. By now, you've likely heard how Peter Teal parlayed a $500,000 investment in Facebook to a stake now worth $750 million. There's been a crush of coverage on his $220 million Founders Fund, which may well change the way entrepreneurs get paid in the Valley. We know about his mansion. He rents it. Clever. His butler. His early morning jogs. But what no one ever says out loud, Teal is gay. Venture capital is a business about risk, but only the right kinds of risk. Unproven technology? Fine. A host of rivals? No problem. A gay founder? Oh, hey, wait a second. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but someone else, somewhere else might take issue with it. That's VC thinking. Of course he's gay. Why would you mention that here in Northern California, where intolerance is the only thing we can't tolerate? Even alluding to someone's sexual orientation is suspect, even if, like me, you're gay yourself. Yet, as one venture capitalist put it, the VC industry is headquartered in Menlo Park, not Northern California. On Sand Hill Road, like funds like, the clubby ranks of VCs are mostly straight, white, and male. They instinctively prefer entrepreneurs who remind them of themselves. Yeah, they're all gay, dude. At best, it's a wrong-headed sense of caution. At worst, it's prejudice with a handy alibi. And it's just the evil gays, don't worry. It's not a reflection of gay people. But they do prefer having evil gays around. I'm not sure. They must have learned it during the Spartan days, I guess. The effects are hard to document. VCs fund so few of the companies they talk to that it's hard to prove a case of discrimination. There are 100 reasons why they might pass on any given startup, but gay and lesbian entrepreneurs I've spoken to agree it's real. Planet Out, the gay and lesbian portal, had to buy out Sequoia Capital, which had come to regret its investment in the company before it found braver VCs and eventually went public. And really, how many out-gay VCs do you know? I think it explains a lot about Thiel, his disdain for convention, his quest to overturn established rules, like the immigrant Jews who created Hollywood a century ago. A gay investor has no way to fight into the old establishment. That frees him or her to build a different, hopefully better system for identifying and rewarding talented individuals and unleashing their work on the world. That's why I think it's important to say this. Peter Thiel, the smartest VC in the world, is gay. More power to him. And then, dude, is this really a Peter Thiel picture? That's not Peter. What the fuck is that? Hold on. Bro, that's literally not Peter. What the fuck is this? Is it? Okay, I guess it is. He looks like a penis head. Dude, this is a good pick. Hold on. I need this for the bank, you know? Actually, I need this whole thing. Peter Thiel is totally gay, people. All right, that was hilarious. Sorry.
Closet that people are in or out of, as it problematically reifying heteronormativity, arguing that in his view, hiding one's sexuality actually reinforces inequality and discrimination. Here's what the piece said. How many out gay VCs do you know? I think it explains a lot about Thiel. His disdain for convention, his quest to overturn established rules, like the immigrant Jews who created Hollywood a century ago. A gay investor has no way to fit into the old establishment. That frees him or her to build a different, hopefully better system for identifying and rewarding talented individuals and unleashing their work on the world. That's why I think it's important to say this. Peter Thiel.
I think Peter Thiel smokes crystal meth. Yeah, Peter if he chose good and not crystal meth. No, he always chooses crystal meth, bro.
The smartest VC in the world is gay. More power to him. Chafkin also points out that Denton and Thomas were hardly alone in this style of reporting at the time. Back then, it was actually pretty common to see celebrities' sexualities being openly discussed on the front page of tabloids, with Out magazine including Anderson Cooper and Jodie Foster as celebrities who were widely known to be gay, but who'd never made it explicit. On its cover, under the headline, The Glass Closet. What's more is that Thomas never felt like he and Denton were necessarily outing Thiel in the conventional sense, as just about everyone with close business dealings with Thiel knew about his sexuality anyway. By this point, Thiel had been in a long-term relationship with BlackRock vice president Matt Danzeisen and had been spotted with him at Christmas parties.
I didn't realize that his boyfriend is a BlackRock president. Oh man, that's so funny.
Friendster profile, according to Thomas, reportedly made clear that he was into men. As one longtime employee of Thiel's said, it wasn't even an open secret that Thiel was gay, it was just open. What Thomas took particular issue with was the way people treated Thiel as if he were straight. As he saw it, Thiel was not in the closet, but his peers had effectively chosen to closet him anyway, telling Max Chafkin, "It's a strangely conservative industry. Let's just talk about that." The piece only generated about 1,000 page views when it was first published, and no one working at Clarion seemed to take note of it whatsoever. Besides, Thiel was used to being featured in big, mainstream news outlets by that point in his career, so a little blip like this on Valleywag shouldn't have gotten under his skin, but it did. Very much so. And it was the comment left by Denton underneath the article that pushed him over the edge. Denton wrote, "The only thing that's strange about Thiel's sexuality, why on earth was he so paranoid about its discovery for so long? It was this implication that Thiel was not just gay, but psychologically unstable for wanting to keep his sexuality."
Do you think the Freemason G stands for Gawker? Shit.
Somewhat private that struck a particular chord within the man. Though he didn't show it right then, Gawker would learn of the formidable enemy it had made. But all of that was to come later. For right now, Thiel was to bide his time, play the long game, set meetings, arrange dinners, and ultimately do what he's always done best, scheme from the shadows. And he couldn't do it alone. In April 2011, Peter Thiel met in Germany for what would become one of the most—
Go fucking figure. Why would you be in Germany, Peter?
most consequential meetings of his life, and unbeknownst to them, the lives of just about everyone working at Gawker. Teal had been in the process of shopping around ideas to get back at the publication for years when he finally sat down with one Aaron D'Souza, an intellectual property law expert who believed he could assist with Teal's Al-Qaeda problem, to use Peter's terminology. What D'Souza proposed was for Teal to use him as a cutout to get back at Gawker and Nick Denton. The plan, according to Chafkin, was for D'Souza to set up a shell company that would anonymously fund lawsuits against Gawker, overwhelming it with litigation until it shut down. The venture was going to be expensive, and D'Souza made the wild move of suggesting a $10 million price tag. But before the end of the night, Teal was in. Just to give you an idea of how little that kind of money actually matters.
Dude, I hope he clips the Ann Coulter interview that, remember when we watched that? He literally did a 2-hour interview where he bragged about destroying Gawker secretly. Because no one knew at the time it was him, but he ended up hiring Hulk Hogan to take it down, and then didn't say anything, and then afterwards was like bragging that it was him. He's like, I funded that. I did it just to take down Gawker.
Matters to a guy like Teal. Now, although Teal and D'Souza weren't exactly clear on the details of their own plan just yet, they knew that whatever they did to go—
Yeah, Peter Thiel's satanic gay. He's not an actual gay person. He's satanically gay.
After the outlet, it ultimately needed to be legal, which in Teal's words, placed a big limitation on what they were actually allowed to do. They considered spying on employees, bribing—
Frankfurt footlong. He wishes it was a footlong, bro. Peter Thiel, that little lizard. Lizard
to sabotage the company and humiliate Denton, even bugging the newsroom, but that would all be extremely—
It probably looks like a Beagle's red rocket, you know?
Risky, and could potentially blow up in their faces if they were ever found out. Despite being a literal professional hedge fund manager, Teal wasn't ready to go that far out on
it's what Peter he flies to Frankfurt to eat a Frankfurt footlong. I got you.
Limb. Although Chafkin does cite one Gawker employee who remembers being approached by Palantir executives around this time and recalls the way they questioned him on their servers. What security vendors did Gawker use? How many people worked at the office overnight? It was only later, Chafkin writes, that it occurred to this employee he'd divulged enough to mount a successful hack. I'm sure it was all fine though. The bottom line is that Teal was happy to take his time going a safer route if it meant achieving the most effective knockout blow. Now, if you want the Peter Thiel side of the story, look no further than Ryan Holiday's book Conspiracy, which covers the—
No, dude, you can literally fucking look to Peter Thiel's words. Oh man, did Jay Aubrey not find the fucking Ann Coulter interview? It's probably still up.
Assault on Gawker at great length, and although it is fairly entertaining, it also does a lot to portray Teal in the most sympathetic terms imaginable, I would say. I mean, here he is literally promoting the book himself on stage, sitting across from the author, just to give you an idea of the kind of bias we might be dealing with here. But Holiday was given plenty of access to Teal in writing this book, and it remains a decently solid source of information as long as you ignore Holiday's constant and—
Yeah, remember this shit? Sweaty Eddie. There was supposedly a part 2 and we never got to see it.
Who created, unlike most billionaires, he's actually making the world a better place and not—
This interview, he literally brags about taking down Gawker secretly using Hulk Hogan. It's so weird and he's so sweaty.
Just moving money around, created PayPal first, angel investor in Facebook.
This horse-faced lizard.
Exhaustive comparisons of Teal to Machiavelli every other page. I mean, even the reviews complain about this, so I know I'm not going crazy. But as Holiday put it, it was paramount to Peter that he not be associated with the plan in any way, which is why D'Souza was there to take the fall if something goes wrong. From there, the search for a legal team was on, but D'Souza needed to be discreet, which is why his pitch normally consisted of, hey, I've been charged to take down a major media outlet by a group of wealthy individuals who will fund causes of action. Would you be interested? They eventually did find someone interested. Charles Harder, a veteran entertainment lawyer who would cut his teeth defending the likes of George Clooney, Sandra Bullock, Kate Hudson, and others. But what makes Harder an excellent choice is that he wasn't concerned about who was funding D'Souza's scheme. As Holiday reports, Harder doesn't ask directly, not then, not ever, who is behind this. He seems entirely comfortable with being the hatchet man for an unknown entity with unknown motivations. The way it worked, Holiday explains, is that money would be wired from Peter's people to D'Souza. D'Souza wires it to Harder. In the business of bringing down Gawker, D'Souza was the president, Harder was the CEO, and
I made a comment. This interview, Peter Thiel literally admits on camera to backing Hulk Hogan secretly on Ann Coulter. It's ghoulish. Here, I'll give you guys the link if you want.
The majority shareholder who expected his men to mind his money and find the returns he's after. But there's another character Holiday forgets to include, Charles Johnson, who Max Chafkin describes as a notorious alt-right troll and a friend of Thiel's who would come to serve as an important political advisor and confidant, probably due in part to the way he knew how to flatter. Johnson apparently began calling
this bro looks like he would be Peter Thiel's friend.
The billionaire Sensei.
Well, what? He calls him Sensei Thiel? This guy, check this man's hard drive. Someone get this man's hard drive right now and look at it and put him in jail. We don't even need to look at the hard drive, just put him in jail.
Thiel. To Chafkin, Johnson was just as significant to the plot against Gawker as D'Souza was. Instead of D'Souza's plan to meticulously identify bulletproof cases, Chafkin wrote, Johnson favored total war. After being accosted by the side himself in the past, he was hell-bent on burning down Gawker no matter the cost. And with Thiel's blessing, Johnson began crisscrossing the country, looking for anyone, anywhere who'd been aggrieved by Gawker. The group was on the hunt for anyone with a winnable case against the outlet, and over the years, Harder brought several cases against Gawker that included one from a man who claimed to have invented email and who had been mocked by the website, another from an independent journalist whom Gawker had suggested might be suffering from a paranoid freakout, and others that Chafkin notes. But none of these efforts came anywhere close to the efficacy or intrigue as the one eventually brought by Terry Boella, a man you probably know best as Hulk Hogan. Oh God, man, where'd even begin with this one? I don't think he needs
I forget, is Hulk Hogan still alive or did he die?
Any introduction, right?
He died recently, right?
Trumpomania! Run wild, brother! Six-time WWE champion, icon.
Wait, CatDad enabled subscribers only mode for this room? No, I didn't. Why does it say that? It says that for the Twitch side.
Iconic entertainer, symbol of American prowess at the height of the Cold War, Hulk Hogan's larger-than-life persona precedes him for better or for worse other times. But by the late 2000s, Hogan's family life.
Oh, I must have accidentally clicked it. It's a button. He died last year.
Life was coming apart at the seams. His marriage was over in all but name. His daughter's music career that he had poured millions of dollars into was going nowhere. And in 2007, his son wrapped his car around a tree in a drunk driving accident that left a passenger permanently brain damaged. That same summer is when Hogan received a call from his wife officially telling him that she was never coming back. It was against this backdrop that Hogan turned to an old friend for comfort, Bubba the Love Sponge. Yes, that is his legal name. While we don't need to waste too much time on his backstory, Holiday gives us the rundown on Bubba's career as a shock jock, known for killing a live pig on the radio, for having porn stars use sex toys on each other for his listeners' benefit, and for calling the 2010 Haiti earthquake a cleanse. But Bubba was also a very close confidant of Hogan's. He was there when the wrestler's father died, and he was going to be there again for this tragedy as well, willing to do anything he could to help out his friend in a time of crisis. And so is his wife. See, Bubba and his wife Heather had long been in an open marriage, so it didn't come as too much of a shock when Bubba presented his pal with an unconventional offer. My wife wants to f you was the message, and it didn't take much to convince the Hulkster. But as Holiday writes, even as Bubba gave him his word that there were no strings attached and that nothing was to be filmed, not a word is said about how the summer before, the husband and wife had paid a handyman to install a small camera on the wall over the wet bar in the bedroom. They didn't tell him that at some point in the evening,
I listened to Bubba when I lived in Florida. Hell yeah, dude.
one of them had walked to the closet where the camera was hardwired, inserted a DVD, and pressed the record button, an incredibly consequential detail that was never made apparent to Hogan throughout the affair, even after moving in with Bubba and his wife. By the time the affair was over, Holiday writes, Hogan moved on in ignorance of the event that would soon send his life spiraling into chaos. Not that it wasn't already about as chaotic as it could get, though. At one point, he told a reporter that things were bad enough that he can emphasize with O.J. Simpson. He could see himself turning his home into that bloody crime scene, Holiday wrote. Nevertheless, Hogan managed to rebuild his life over the next few years, just in time for things to come crashing back down in March 2012, when rumors of a Hulk Hogan sex tape began floating around on TMZ. That September is when a package showed up at Gawker's headquarters, addressed to then editor AJ Delario. It was an unedited 30-minute tape of Hogan having sex with Bubba's wife. Delario ordered it to be cut down in a 1-minute highlight reel, in his words, and decides to take it public. Instantly, Hogan demands it be taken down, but Gawker refuses. Hogan goes to the media and suddenly catches the attention of Charles Harder, who takes him on as a client. Just like that, Peter Thiel had found his perfect vehicle. It didn't take long for Harder to file a suit against Bubba for his part in recording the encounter, though he quickly amended the complaint to include Denton and Delario. He was asking for $100 million in damages. While most of the public assumed this to be an entire event staged by Hogan, this was in fact very real. And Chafkin writes that Hogan had actually been working to suppress another, more damaging audio recording in which he used racial slurs. Turns out Hogan had used the N-word to describe his daughter's romantic partner, unwittingly admitting on tape that he was racist to a point. Hogan apologized for the comments and stated that it wasn't who he was. While meanwhile, Chafkin writes, Nick Denton had begun to negotiate with Hogan's team on discussing a settlement, as they had done with
they fucking got his ass good, bro.
Similar sex tape related cases in the past. But as time dragged on and Hogan continued to refuse massive million-dollar paydays, it became quite clear to Gawker employees that something was going on, like someone was playing a game, in the words of one employee. One of the strangest moves from the get-go was Hogan dropping the claim that Gawker had caused him emotional distress. But in retrospect, this was a highly calculated move that actually hurt Gawker's chances of obtaining liability insurance.
Hogan was racist as fuck.
As Chafkin points out, normally plaintiffs don't want to bankrupt a defendant if they hope to collect a judgment or settlement, but Hogan was suddenly acting as if Gawker's bankruptcy, rather than a large cash payment, were his goal. Why would he try to limit Gawker's ability to pay him? Another mystery, Harder's firm had few cases, but seemed to have an unlimited budget. At court appearances, Hogan's lawyers would stay at the city's nicest hotel. Where was the money coming from? Was someone compensating Hogan for pursuing the lawsuit? Maybe if Gawker understood what was truly unfolding behind the scenes, they'd be better prepared to tackle what was in front of them. It would have given them plenty of material to write about, after all, and it wouldn't have exactly reflected the best on Thiel. It also would have shifted Gawker's legal strategy. But the reality was that Peter Thiel maintained the upper hand at all times. Unfairly so, I should add. Unlike Denton, Thiel actually knew who his enemy was.
You just listened to the fakest Kathy Sanders interview? Excuse me, sorry. "10 years ago, oh my god, Kathy Sanders is just a shill, dude. Let's go."
Engage the nation. Glad you joined. Hey everybody, and welcome
welcome back to Engage the Nation. Glad you joined us again this week. We have a very special show. My friend Ken Yang, I think the second guy you see in the opening credits, he is going to take the lead chair, and our token non-millennial Mark Vaught is going to help him interview a very powerful woman who I had the privilege of meeting earlier this year. Her name is Kathy Sanders. She wrote this book, Now You See Me. The subtitle is How I Forgave the Unforgivable. So we're
I didn't know she wrote that book. Oh my god, do I gotta buy another Kathy Sanders book? Fuck, dude.
We're gonna do an
dude, they love forgiving.
Entire show on unforgiveness, or actually on forgiveness, okay? And you're gonna check this out. You're gonna hear her.
She's like, it was easy for me. That's Kathy in the middle. Yeah, yeah. It was easy for me to forget my dead grandkids because they never were alive. They never existed.
Amazing story about how she.
Oh my god, we got to wrap up soon. We can't have all this magic all at once.
Forgave.
We got to finish Jay Aubrey's video tomorrow, and
in spite of having every excuse not to forgive. You're not gonna forget this show, and I'm glad you're tuning in today.
Well, welcome back to Engage the Nation. This week we have, I think, one of our best.
Look, it's got a cross in the logo. I love this.
Shows. We're talking about forgiveness, and we have a special guest, Miss Kathy Sanders, here, who has an amazing story that I think you'll love and learn about. And I'll
Black Dust says Kathy's inflections never change when she talks. She's a robot. Sorry, I was like, what the fuck? Watch how fake this lady is.
Along with Princella, we have our token millennial, Mark Vaught, here helping me out this week.
Where is everyone? What? Who's everybody? What do you mean?
And so I'll just go right into it. Miss Kathy is the grandmother who had two grandsons who died in the Oklahoma bombing.
Dude, they took my boy's mic off?
I believe it was in 1995.
That's right.
And your story is one of forgiveness, and I don't want to take anything away from it, so I just could throw it to you and let you tell.
Oh, am I just not hearing it because I only have a left channel right now?
About what happened and just a little bit of the background of it all.
Well, my daughter was a young divorced mother and lived at home with my husband and I, along with her two children. So my grandchildren lived in my home. They were more than grandchildren. I'll never forget the morning of the bombing. I go in to wake those little boys up.
Oh my god, I can't believe we've stumbled onto this, bro. She's so fake. Oh, man.
Up, and they're not in their room, which was highly unusual. So I walked down the hall into my daughter's room, and sometime during the night, those little boys had toddled down the hall and got in bed with their mother, where they spent the last night of their lives. My daughter and I worked together in downtown Oklahoma City. We dropped the boys off at the daycare. My daughter was walking across the floor to blow out the candles on her birthday cake when the bomb went off. We didn't know what had happened in our office.
Yeah, like the stream if you like the stream, boys.
And someone said, they just blew up the bank. And I said, Edie, let's go see. So we ran downstairs and out the front doors of the building. And when we did, it was like we entered the twilight zone. There were sheets of plate glass falling down all around us. Not a car one was moving in the street. We looked toward the bank, and the bank was intact. So my daughter Edie turned to go back inside the building where we worked. And I looked up the street, and I saw the smoke rising from the Murrah. And I said, Edie, the babies. We took off running the 3 blocks up the street.
This feels so off, dude. We got you, Kathy Sanders. How dare you? How dare you hide Paul Weisopel? Is Ryan still here, or did he leave? Coward.
When we got to the south side.
Come back, Ryan.
I'm saying, Edie, wait up, wait up.
This is our special project.
And we stood there and we're surveying the damage. The windows have been blown out, but the building was intact. And then we hear boom, 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 and we see this black billowing smoke, and we take off running, and we turn to go and look at the south side of the building, at the north side of the building. And when we did, there was nothing left of the daycare but just a pancake pile of rubble. Those explosions we heard were the cars blowing up in the parking lot. And that day, our lives were forever changed.
Yes. Well, do you mind sharing? We'll go into maybe sharing like.
Yeah, she won't say the kids' names. Weird. She probably doesn't remember them.
Like what exactly, when you knew, that your grandchildren were gone, what was that feeling right then and there?
Well, my son was an off-duty police officer, and he had seen his mom and his sister on TV.
I'm out, dude. I'm fucking out. Kathy Sanders, you dog. You dirty dog. Damn, Twitch don't let you say fucking bitch.
In the live news coverage, he came down and found us, and he said, "Mama, don't worry, I'm going to find the boys." And he did. I'll never forget when he walked in.
This station should be called Inject the Nation with Lies.
To the hospital where we were waiting. I knew something horrible was wrong. I said, "What is it, Danny? What is it?"
Auntie M? Bro. And she's a really engaging storyteller, right?
He said, "Mama, was Colton wearing a little white shirt?"
Yeah, boys, kids. Some boys.
Little green shorts. "Yes, son, yes, that's Colton." And then I saw the tears come down his eyes. I said, "Is the baby..."
Like, do you see how diabolical it is, though? Because it's like, what are you supposed to do? Say to this lady, you didn't have fucking grandkids, you lying ass. Right? It's crazy. What we're saying is crazy. But it's true, I'm pretty sure. She's a liar. She's a walking soundboard. There's no place like home.
Gone? Is the baby gone?
She's like, okay, this is the part where I cry normally.
And I found out that day that my youngest grandson was dead. And then Danny found my oldest grandson toe-tagged in the back of a truck being used as a makeshift morgue.
Bro, I feel like I'm getting Erica Kirked right now. Bro. Kathy. Might as well call her Kathy Cuck, bro. Are you Erica's mother? This is Erica's mom, dog. Bro, Black Death, this is a good find, dude.
I didn't know what was...
Yeah, everybody be on the hunt. Help me. I'm so bad at this.
I didn't know what...
Find me good shit. This has 27 views. Incredible, bro. 27 views in 10 years. Let's go.
I think it was a...
Kathy's really engaging the nation.
First time in my life. I had prayed for those little boys every day of their lives. Mm-hmm. And now they're gone.
Ooh, what kids? That's what Mama Kirk says. Exactly.
You think I wasn't praying when I saw the rubble? Oh, God, save our children, save our children. We would we'd turn on...
Bro, tell me this isn't a rehearsal that they just posted on YouTube.
on the TV, and we'd see the parents of surviving children, and they would say, we just prayed and asked God for a little boy to hold, and God answered our prayer, and here's our boy. That left us devastated. My belief system was challenged when I saw that casket lowered into the ground.
I would have to think that, Miss Kathy, your faith would have had to have been shaken to the core. Your faith in God, because of that very story where you see that some parents and some grandparents' prayers were answered immediately because their children were saved, and yet yours weren't. How do you deal with that? I'm listening to your story, and I've almost got tears in my eyes. I can't imagine.
No.
Isn't that what they want, right?
My mind cannot wrap itself around what you went through, and so how do you
Dude, is she wearing a wig?
Possibly continue your faith in God after that?
Well, it was one step at a time. You know, I had been raised in a Christian home. I was taught to love Jesus. I can remember we were at church every time the doors were open.
Where the fuck are we going?
I remember one Sunday morning, I said, "Oh, Mama, do I have to get up? Do I have to go to church again?" She goes,
I hear that.
"No, honey, you don't
What is going on? What's this camera guy doing?
have to go to church. You get to go to church."
Exactly right.
So I had that foundation, but it's like when I saw that casket lowered into the ground, it's like, where's that good and loving God I had always known? My husband was so angry that I just watched anger destroy his life. But I did make a conscious decision. I said, you know, Lord,
I've looked into this for decades and never stumbled across Paul Weisopel. And then when I finally did, I said, oh, Timothy McVeigh lives in a cave with Elvis. She really cares about those dead kids, as she says. My dead grandkids.
if you're out there, if you are who you say you are, you're going to have to help me.
Kathy saved a bundle. She put them in one adult-sized casket instead of two kids' ones because they definitely charge a premium for kids' caskets.
Because I can't go on without you. Because it was the first time in my life I ever had thought about killing myself. I wanted to die, but I knew I couldn't do that to my daughter and my husband, but I actually prayed to die, and it just seemed like that was one more prayer God wasn't answering. And God used John Walsh from America's Most Wanted. He spoke to a group of survivors, and he said, you will grieve, and you will grieve deeply, but you will survive. Up to that point, I didn't know if I was going to survive. I actually didn't know if I would survive. But I knew John Walsh had lost his son, and his son was kidnapped and beheaded and brutalized. And I thought, if he could make it, maybe I can. Maybe this isn't the end. And it's God, if you are who you are.
Yeah, dude, Kathy is like an energy vampire, bro. Oh my God, Kathy, chill out. Is that Sarah Palin? She just threw in that suicide lie for extra sauce. John Walsh is a Lucy boy too, I guess. Oh, your mom's name is Kathy. Hopefully last name not Sanders.
Say you're going to have to help me. And you know, Mark, I found out I don't know very much about God, but the little I do know changed my life.
Great. That is such a good story. That's just...
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is too. A story.
I feel like I'm turning into a woman.
Yeah, this... Wait, what? This story, this shirt is incredible. Wait, what is this guy teeing up here?
About God. But the little I do know...
Is he about to say, I'm feeling like a woman, I'm feeling emotional?
Changed my life.
Great. That is such a good story. That's just...
Yes.
I feel like I'm turning into a woman here, you know? It's just so emotional. I mean,
That's so funny, dude.
And maybe it's because I have my own children, and then, you know, what... capitalize on that with, you know, these being your grandchildren. I mean, it's just amazing. It's just an amazing story.
Well, I think the amazing is that, you know, the fact that, you know, a lot of, not to lower anybody's tragedy, but a lot of the tragedy that you were actually there. You were physically present, and you know, your story of I think, first of all, forgiveness when it comes to, you know, your faith in God and then strengthening that. And then
man, I feel like a woman. I got emotions, baby.
Next segment.
Thanks to my friend Kathy.
You know, we'll definitely talk about you had befriended. Well, you have befriended one of the culprits and
yeah, Terry Nichols. You mean she fucking got information from him, probably? She handled his ass?
in the bombing on Mr. Terry Nichols, and before
Dude, I know, right? It's wild. This is the person who supposedly watched Timothy die. Yep, it's bullshit. Wait, clip what audio, Barry?
You had to break. Will you maybe give us how you went about meeting Mr. Nichols?
Sure, I'd be happy to. But let me tell you, I didn't just wake up one day and think, you know what, this would be a great day to forgive Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols. What I learned, that forgiveness is a process. It's not an event. But I thought, Lord, how do I forgive?
Like, dude, Terry Nichols literally has an affidavit that exactly spells out how he feels. He says, I think that he was involved with the FBI. He was working with the FBI. He set me up. Kathy could have found this. This fucking document is from like 2006 or some shit. I found it. Kathy hasn't found it. She never wrote about it. She claims she's not allowed to talk to Terry Nichols anymore. Oh, the dude saying, I feel like a woman.
And I thought, well, you know, maybe I'll pray for him.
Before we and you're in a lot of.
I feel like I'm
very much about God, but the little I do know changed my life.
Great. That is such a good story.
Hold on, I am gonna clip it.
Me. And you know, Mark, I found out I don't know very much about God, but the little I do know changed my life.
Great. That is such a good story. Just,
yes.
I feel like I'm turning into a woman here, you know. It's just so emotional. I mean, and maybe it's because I have my own children and you know, what capitalize on.
Fuck yeah, got him, boys. We freaking got him. Man, I feel like a woman. Let's go, girls. I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. It's gonna all
Little I do know changed my life.
Great. That is such a good story. That is such a good story. That's just.
Yes.
I feel like I'm turning into a woman here, you know. It's just so emotional. I mean, and maybe it's because I have my own children and.
Do I need this part?
That is such a good story. That's just.
Yes.
I feel like I'm turning into a woman here, you know. It's just so emotional. I mean, and maybe it's because I have my own children.
Yeah, I'll keep the whole thing. Wait.
Children, and maybe it's because I have my own children. Emotional. I mean, emotional. I mean, it's just so emotional. I mean, it's just so emotional. That is such a good story. That's just.
Yes.
I feel like I'm turning into a woman here, you know. It's just so emotional.
Got him. We got him, boys.
Met with.
Give. And I thought, well, you know, maybe I'll pray for him. And I began to pray, and I said, Lord, I'll lift Timothy McVeigh and I lift Terry Nichols up to you. And then it was like I hit the wall. I don't know how to pray. I don't know what to pray. And I said, Lord, you're going to have to send your Holy Spirit and you're going to have to intercede for me because I don't know how to pray. Now, I don't know what my prayers did for Timothy McVeigh or Terry Nichols, but when I began to pray for those men, it began to change my life.
Wow. Wow. Well, I really appreciate that.
Wait.
Yeah, so I guess we can make the topic today. Why would you want to record your intervention for online content?
Intervention?
When it's a bunch of people that care about you.
Why?
What's that?
Well, wait, is this Theodore or Mike? It sounds like Theodore.
No, look at the username on Mike.
You're a liar.
I missed it.
You're a liar.
Kathy
You're
Sanders.
a liar.
You're Kathy
You're a
Sanders.
liar.
Kathy Sanders.
You're a 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 liar.
Kathy Sanders. Got her. Dude, Kathy, I can't believe we're sniffing this out. Holy shit. What a great group effort. Way to dig, Black Deathicus. Never lift your foot off Kathy Sanders' fucking neck, bro. Metaphorical neck.
Appreciate that, and we're gonna go to break here real quick, but you want to stick around.
You definitely want to hear her lie more about her dead fake grandkids.
This is I personally just sitting here am already learning a lot, and there's a lot to learn about forgiveness and this situation along. I do mean it. I'm already learning a lot just from sitting here. So please come back, and we'll be right back after these messages.
The show fucking rules. Engage the nation, boys. We got to get Christ inside your home.
Take the trip of a lifetime to the Holy Land for a tour of Israel.
Oh my God! Oh, brother, dude! Everything is connected, boys. Kathy Sanders is a Zionist. Everything is connected, boys. All 27 of the people who saw this are fucking Zionists now. Oh, shit. Fuck you, Kathy. Black Death, you didn't even say anything about this. This is too funny. Oh my God. Kathy Sanders would be a fucking Zionist. This is too hilarious. Let's fucking go. If it fits, it sits. I was about to skip over this part.
Experience being baptized.
Hold on.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray the day you walked away. You were the clock that was ticking in my heart, changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to find.
We got him. Jackpot. Ooh! Jackpot. We fucking nailed your ass to the cross, Kathy Sanders. Oh, she's so fucking cooked, dude. Oh my God. What a journey we've been on, boys. This is incredible. Everything is connected. Oh, fucking course she is. Kathy Sanders was 10 years early, bro.
For Jordan, stand on the edge of Mount Carmel.
What is this called? Friends, Tours, and Travel? Ooh, no.
Where Elijah called down fire from heaven. Pray in the Garden of Gethsemane where Jesus prayed. Encounter a prophetic.
Bro, and don't think I have not forgotten about the ultimate Kathy Sanders. OKC is a fucking complete sham like Sandy Hook video yet. I'm just cooking, and this is added to the tab. I have one window that is all just tabs, and my fucking Miro for this section is coming along nice. Dude, OKC was fucking fake. That's why Paul doesn't care. Paul doesn't care because it wasn't real.
Service in the upper room where the Holy Spirit birthed Pentecost.
This is crazy.
Stand at
Bro, literally the quality of this, especially for 10 years ago, And for 27 people to see is kind of wild.
Calvary, where
this feels like such a fucking Fetty thing.
Jesus was crucified. See the empty tomb where Jesus rose from the dead. Experience powerful service in holy places, along with daily teachings. Your life will never be the same.
But wait, this is for Christians?
All-inclusive trip includes airfare, food and accommodations, tours and
we should email them.
Teachings.
Princella@travelwithfriends.com, based in Little Rock, Arkansas. I have to, dude. Wait. wait. Isn't that where Clinton's from? Okay, hold on. Kathy Sanders is on a fucking fake religious channels, YouTube, and probably like local. It was probably like one of those free public access channels, right? They got a lot of good funding. It looks like these are pretty quality, especially for 10 years ago. This Israel fucking, what do they call it? Birthright trip, essentially, for Christians is based in Little Rock, Arkansas. Oklahoma City bombing, what does everyone think it was for? For hiding, for covering up Clinton paperwork, Clinton Foundation shit, and Kathy Sanders attached to this. Kathy fucking Sanders, friends of... Dude, I'm pretty sure that her husband is or was acquainted with Bill Clinton. Oh my God, Kathy's cooked, dude. Kathy's cooked. Arkansas, bro, we got him. I mean, bro, seriously, another one bites the dust.
I had it all together.
We got you, Bill Clinton. All roads lead to Jeffrey Epstein. I bet that Kathy Sanders is friends with Jeffrey. She went to the island.
Ladies and gentlemen,
flew on the Lonely Express.
we got it.
Get it. Kathy. We see you, Bob. We got you. You're cooked. Dude, we fucking nailed. She's done. I'm so over Kathy Sanders.
Register today.
Princella Travel with Friends is insane. Your mom went to Israel? That's okay. This is different than, like, I get why random people want to go to Israel, but this is like an advertisement for Israel. This is like a birthright trip. Yeah, dude, it's so messy. Oh, and then Sarah Ferguson. Yeah, dude, this is crazy.
When I take road trips with Mom and Dad, we play license plate games. Our favorite game is spotting true life plates. Those are special to me because I'm adopted. Money from Arkansas.
And adoption shit? Adoption advertising? What the fuck?
True life plates promotes adoption.
Oh. Oh no. Dude, Kathy Sanders is part of this trafficking ring. I'm convinced, as a joke.
And it helps mommies in hard times.
I'm not making a big deal about this, right? This is kind of nuts. What is this?
Make right choices. Please buy a true
Oh my
life
God, we're never going to bed.
plate at a local revenue office. Show you care. Choose life today.
Clinton Foundation's gonna be the final ad. Arkansas Right to Life. Dude, I fucking hate Kathy Sanders, bro. Oh my God, I thought you were serious for a second, Aunt Deb. I'm surprised though. You know who's attached to those adoption agencies? The Clinton Foundation. Yeah, this is all just jokes and fan fiction. Of course, Kathy Sanders isn't actually a fucking goon, you know. her grandkids definitely died in this totally real thing. I mean, they blew the building up for sure. I don't know if anyone was in it.
All right, well, welcome back to Engaging Nation. We're back with Miss Kathy Sanders. I'll plug her book real quick. Now You See Me, How I Forgave the Unforgivable, and just leading to our discussion of forgiveness.
And she's got she's got the memorial for her fake dead kids on the book. Like, dude, this is just trauma porn. This is essentially Hostel.
Forgiveness and
Bro, that adoption ad just sent me into the stratosphere. That was crazy.
You were talking about how you were praying and about Timothy McVeigh and about Mr. Terry Nichols, and kind of going into that, will you just address to our audience really, like, in what you saw, like, what did they actually do to you in your mind? I mean, you saw your grandkids, and you can explain that to our audience. And what did they actually do to you mentally, physically, you and your husband, leading up to praying for Mr. McVeigh, praying for Mr. Nichols, and leading to that forgiveness?
There was a lot to overcome in learning to forgive. You know, I had images in my mind. My son told me when he...
She meant cop son. My cop son told me.
When he found Colton, that Colton had been gutted by a glass shard. I had the rescue...
Why would your son tell you that?
Worker had gone in to try to find someone that was alive because there were so many dead bodies. And
why are you telling everyone?
He heard Colton.
This feels like you just want to tell everyone this.
Colton crying, and he dug him out of the rubble. You know, my son saw him gutted. He...
Just like you saw Timothy McVeigh die, right? Don't question her.
When he found my oldest grandson, he had a big rock in the back of his head.
I know, right? This is right out of the Erica Cuck script of Forgiving. Dude, I'm serious. Fletcher's dad said the same thing the day after his son was murdered. He forgave them. Robbie Parker, I'm so happy that our community is going to move forward together hand in hand. Like, what, dude? Shut the fuck up. Where's the rage? Where's the grief? Do something.
I never got to see my grandchildren again. I wanted to, but Danny said, no, Mama, you can't. You can't see them.
It's too much. Yeah, sure.
I went to the...
Your son and your daughter probably sold them. That's probably what happened. No, I'm just kidding.
Funeral home, unbeknownst to my family, and I was going to tell my grandchildren goodbye. The funeral director began to cry as he said, please do not open that casket. He said, I have two...
Yeah, my mom does this shit. Her stories are traumatizing, so you get so traumatized while listening to her that you shut down, and then she controls the rest of the day unless you leave her house. I know, dude. Yeah, this is like energy vampire shit. She is the... What's his name? What's his name from What We Do in the Shadows? Ned or whatever.
Two little boys.
That's not it, but you'll remember.
Boys, the same age.
Yeah, so many details feel off.
And he goes, I interred these boys. I don't want you to see their bodies. And I left the funeral home that day not seeing my grandsons because I didn't want to hurt that man's feelings. But it changed.
I didn't want to hurt that man's feelings?
Who we were. My son was so angry.
Yo, Cat Diddy and the baby oil, how dare you?
And, you know, we all handled it different. After my son read my book, Now You See Me, he said, Mama, I appreciate what you've done, but don't ever ask me to do that. Because if I was left in a room alone with Terry Nichols, one of us...
Yeah, she does it to suck the life and happiness out of you. Dude, that's what Black Cloud's energy vampires do. Colin Robinson, thank you. That's such an energy vampire name.
Wouldn't be coming back out alive. I watched as my husband's anger, he said, I heard him say a dozen times, the day they
Colonel Kathy Sanders, the fast food of truth. That's a bar too, bro. I'm gonna leave 1-star reviews on her books. This lady's a fucking liar.
Execute McVeigh. I'm going to spit on his grave, and I'm going to
Dude, I have to piss so bad, and I can't walk away from this.
toast his death with a bottle of fine champagne. He was so angry. He was angry at God, and that's when I made the decision. God, I don't know how I'm going to survive this. You're going to have to come in and help me, Lord. But our lives were dramatically changed, and it was a rebuilding of our lives. The first time that I had, I consider it my first little baby step toward learning to forgive, was when I attended Terry Nichols' trial. The court had recessed, and I saw this little lady standing out in the hall.
Oh my God,
she
it's
looked
already
like
almost
the Aunt
11.
Bee persona off of the Andy Griffith Show. And she had on the long brown coat, and I could tell people were talking about her, but not to her. And I thought, who is this woman? And then I realized it was Terry Nichols' mother. So I went over to introduce myself. I said, I'm Kathy Sanders. And she goes, I know who you are. I've seen you on TV.
What is all of the fake forgiveness for? You know what I mean? Because they don't want us to learn how to have righteous anger? Is that what it is?
And I said,
or just because they don't know any better. They don't know how to act human.
I just want you to know how sorry I am for your family. And I reached out and hugged her. She and I began to sit together in the courtroom, and we began to eat lunch together. And it wasn't long before
This sounds like you're a handler, lady.
Terry Nichols, the bomber, became my friend Joyce's son. And I began to view him differently. You know, I think that was one of the things that God used in my life.
Well, were you, that's amazing story. And were you ever,
amazingly not the truth.
You ended up befriending, I believe, Terry Nichols' son, his ex-wife, and how did all of that come about? I think you even once mentioned that you even visited the Nazi assimilation camps that
visiting family.
Faye and Nichols went to.
Well, after the bombing, my husband and I had a lot of questions. We didn't really believe everything that we were being told. That's why it was important to me.
No, but she's not willing to look in whether or not the FBI fucking did it. She knows the FBI did it, and she's not willing to look deeper into it. What an idiot.
To go to the trials, I needed answers to my questions. There were 22 eyewitnesses that saw McVeigh downtown. Not one saw him alone. McVeigh stayed at the Dreamland Motel the week before the bombing, and there were men coming and going.
Yeah, it's a heavy part of Catholicism. I think it's to train to let trauma slide and become submissive. Yeah, that makes sense too.
From his room. We wanted to know who those men were.
Sure.
We found out that Timothy McVeigh had gotten a speeding ticket outside the gates of Elohim City, a terrorist training compound in southeastern Oklahoma. We found out from the phone records that McVeigh had actually called there the week before the bombing, 2 minutes after calling the Ryder truck.
Dude, Kathy Sanders is such a fucking crisis actor. This is too funny.
Company. I thought, these people know things that I need to know. I got my daughter and we drove to Elohim City. When we drove up to the gate, there were men with guns that came at us. We'd been told if you want to have an audience with these people, you need to be there at noon and attend their church service. I told our escorts why we were there.
Yeah. Imagine her dedicating 20 years to this investigation, and I've done more in 2 weeks. Yeah, keep going, dude.
They led us into the building. When we went in, there were men marching around in circles with guns, and they were singing some kind of guns and glory to God while the Iron Cross band played. When the music was over and the service was to begin, Pastor Robert Millar, the head of that vile organization, stood and asked us to introduce ourselves. I stood, wanting to ingratiate myself to him. I said, I'm Kathy, and this is my daughter Edie. We lost our children in the bombing, and we're ATF's worst nightmare. And we got a thunderous standing applause. We learned a lot by being there that day. We don't have enough time to talk about that now. I actually went to the Aryan Nation compound in Hayden Lake, Idaho. When I drove up the gates, and this time I was alone, I saw signs that said, "For whites only." There was Nazi swastikas painted on the top of buildings. The skinheads, when I got to the end of the drive, were all sitting under the trees. I started to get out of my car, and a big German Shepherd dog came and lunged at me like Cujo out of that movie. They laughed. I got back in my car, and then they called the dog off. I asked to talk to Pastor Richard Butler, who was the head of that vile organization. He invited me to attend their church service, which I did. I walked into the foyer, and there's an Israeli flag on the floor that the members wipe their feet on. When I walked down the aisle of the church, there by the podium was a life-size bust of Adolf Hitler.
Wow.
Pastor Butler.
Yeah, your guy's fucking great-grandpa.
Got up and he said God had laid a new message on his heart. And he looked directly at me and he said, "One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter," and that Timothy McVeigh was a great man.
You know, the thing that is striking
At me and he said, "One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter," and that Timothy McVeigh was a great man.
You know, the thing that
What the fuck did they just bleep out?
is striking me about those two separate incidents is that all of this is done in the name of God.
Oh, it's amazing.
By
yeah.
these individual organizations, this is done in the name of God. How could our God ever, how could anyone ever twist their ideas of what our God is?
This guy looks like he has a fucking swastika tattoo right on his chest right here. Pete Hegseth style.
And what he stands for into something like that.
Yeah, the weird details are to like, I feel like the weird details are to make you think that it's real. Yeah, maybe to throw you off. The more they throw you off and unsettle you, the more trauma and control they get out of their story. And yeah, I think the more traumatic it is, the less likely you are to call bullshit. That's totally what it is.
That to kill innocent human beings, small.
Dude, I'm fucking done with Kathy Sanders. You're a liar. You don't have dead kids, and you're hiding that Paul Weisopel is Timothy McVeigh. Not even fan fiction. That's true. And you probably had family at Elohim City, but that's part of the fan fiction. That's just a joke.
Children such as your grandsons.
Pastor Butler actually had tears rolling down his eyes when he told me how sorry he was about my little Aryan grandchildren.
She's weird, dude.
They were two little white toe-headed boys. The name of that church was Jesus Christ Christian.
Bro, is this weird? Is this not weird as fuck?
Sorry he was about
innocent human beings, small children such as your grandsons.
Pastor Butler actually had tears rolling down his eyes when he told me how sorry he was about my little Aryan grandchildren. They were two little white toe-headed boys. The name of that church was Jesus.
Bro, Kathy lost her brains. She straight up fucking lost her marblies, dude. Yeah, it's just fam fiction. Don't worry.
Christ Christian.
This is just such a horrible thing.
It is.
How do you let's go from these.
What? Which part?
The graphic images.
The Aryan children dying? I know, right?
That you described, and I think it's good.
My little Aryan grandchildren. Right? I'm not crazy. Dude, Black Deathicus, this is like one of the greatest finds ever. This to me fucking sells it immediately. She's such a fucking agent provocateur. Dude, I guarantee she's an Eastern Star. Yeah, she just said my Aryan grandchildren. I don't know. I don't like that story. I wouldn't tell it. And I wouldn't tell it in the way that she just said it. She said it with... If you were writing that as a novel, at the end you would say, Kathy Sanders said with glee. Yeah, it really is an absolutely amazing find. This is incredible, Black Death. Great job. Dude, Kathy Sanders is painting herself into a grave, dude. A grave filled with lies. Paul, we are on to Kathy Sanders bullshit. Should I text Paul and be like, hey, we know Kathy Sanders is a liar. Hey, tell Kathy to stop covering for you. Paul, you got to tell Kathy Sanders to stop covering for you. She's doing a horrible job. She's really making me know that I'm right. Dude, we're so right about Paul. Why would this lady vouch for Paul Wysopal? Her grandkids were killed by the FBI. She doesn't fucking care. Crazy. This lady's been researching this for 20 years and she believes the FBI. What a child. Oh my God, it's 11 o'clock. I got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
To understand that, you know, when people die in
we
these
got to finish this though. There's only 5 minutes left.
It's not a pleasant death. It's horrible. And for children, it just compounds that even.
Kathy Sanders is a bird-legged hoe. Kathy Sanders is a bird-legged hoe. She lying about all her dead grandkids.
And more. But how do you actually get to the forgiveness? You talked about the baby steps that led you there. You talked about wanting to meet with these individuals that knew more than Mr. Nichols and Mr. McVeigh. How do you get to the point where you approach these men and say, I'm praying for you and I am forgiving you?
Well, as I said, forgiveness is a process. It's not an event.
You're right.
When I met Terry Nichols' mother, that was the beginning. He became Terry Nichols, the bomber, to Terry Nichols, my friend Joyce's son. When the trials were over, I went home. A few days later, I went to my mailbox. There's a letter from Terry Nichols. And I'm thinking, wow, what does he want? What does he want from me? And I started not to open it, and then I decided, no, I will. And I didn't know what his motive was to writing to me, but I knew what my motive was to write back to him. I thought I still had all these questions, and who's going to know more about the bombing than the bomber himself? We began to correspond by letter. He was soon moved back to Oklahoma City out of federal custody, where he awaited his state trial. He was there for 2 years in Oklahoma County.
Comment bird-legged hoe on this video with 0 comments. No, dude, we can't give it up yet. I don't want them to take this down. Imagine they took this down. No, this has got to be a totally dead YouTube channel, right? Kathy Sanders is a faker.
Jail, and he told me if I'd send him my phone number, he'd call me. He began to call. He called me several times a week. The phone calls turned into personal visits. And Terry told me, he said, when he was incarcerated, first arrested, someone had given him a Bible. There was a Bible in his cell, and he read it cover to cover. He told me that he had a AM/FM radio, and he heard an old preacher that said if you would invite Jesus into your heart, that he would forgive you of your sins and cleanse you from all unrighteousness. And Terry told me he had done that. Now, I'm not a judge, and I know about jailhouse religion, and I know about people that make deals with God and then don't follow through, but I chose to believe Terry Nichols, and I think his life was changed. His son was coming to Oklahoma to visit him. He hadn't seen his dad in 4 years. I told Josh, he was 12 at the time of the bombing. The FBI had interviewed him thinking he was John Doe number 2. I said, Josh, you're welcome to come stay in my home. He stayed with me for 4 days.
Wow.
When he got there, the first night he got there, his mother told me, well, I don't know if Josh would be comfortable staying in your home.
I wonder how far her and Paul live from each other. They probably live with each other at this point. They're made for each other, dude. Both liars. Call us, Paul. Cleanse your soul. Yeah. Tattle on Kathy before she tattles on you.
I said, well, come by and have dinner. And if he's not comfortable, I certainly understand.
Yeah, this lady might be a Nazi, bro. I think she might be a fucking Nazi.
But when I opened the door, I looked up. He was a small, chubby, fat kid at the time of the bombing. Now he's 16 and he's a tall, strapping young man. And I said, I knew you were coming, so I baked a cake. And we began to laugh. We stayed up until the wee hours of the morning talking. He told me how the kids had nicknamed him Bomber at school and how he had dropped out of school.
This all sounds fake.
Tell anyone that he was there because I didn't want people to think I was crazy, and how could I expect my neighbors to understand something I didn't understand myself? But when the last day he was there, he asked me if I would take him to the Oklahoma City Memorial. And I thought, wow, because I didn't want the news media to see us or anything.
Bro, these are half-cocked stories from an AI scripting software. Fuck Kathy. Oh my God, you're right. It's called Kathy's Corner Kitchen. She did a KKK thing? I didn't even clock that, bro. What the fuck? Wait. Hold on. Dude. Okay, wait. It's just Kathy's Kitchen, okay. But still. I'm Kathy, and I love to bake. And one day a week, I'm sharing this love of baking as a service to my HSV friends and neighbors. All products are baked fresh in my home, especially for you. All baked goods from Kathy's Kitchen are prepared in a kitchen that uses pecans. While we take care in our baking process, cross-contamination may occur. If you have tree nut allergy, please use caution when ordering. Kathy's Corner Kitchen. We love her. We love Kathy. Oh my God, it's already 11:06.
But I did take him to the memorial, and as I stood in front of the chairs, number 60 and 61, that represented the lives of my young grandsons, I knew God had really done a work in my life.
Amen. Amen. Well, we could go on literally forever.
Yeah,
Thank
play
you so
Kathy
much,
off,
Miss Kathy,
bro.
for being with us.
They're like, okay, everyone's catching on to her bullshit.
Please don't forget about her book, Now You See Me, How I Forgave the Unforgivable, and learn more about forgiveness.
Princella is the executive producer of this, and she's the one who runs tripsfriendsinisrael.com or whatever. Bro, what are we watching? Kathy's a fucking Mossad agent, dude. What the fuck is going on? Dude, Kathy is literally like the Jennings from The Americans. She's a fucking sleeper cell, I mean. They were exhausted and didn't even get to talk. Look at the image message you put on her face. Wait, where? In the disco?
I've learned a lot today, and we'll see you next week on the Engage the Nation.
Amazing. Danny Moore, Arcom, Mary Beth House, Creative Geek Media Group. Special thanks to ImpactArkansas.com. They gotta be a bunch of traffickers, bro. This was incredible.
Well, I told you would enjoy that show, and I'm glad that you stayed tuned. Kathy Sanders is an amazing example of how a person can allow the literal Spirit of God to flow through them and forgive what was literally the unforgivable. So thank you so much for staying tuned.
Yeah, they want us to be docile little sheep, bro.
And if you want to know more about Engage the Nation, and if you want to support our ministry, I encourage you to please go to engagethenation.net. We are listener supported, and we have sponsors as well. But we appreciate your help in being able to help us stay on the air and continue to put out positive, Christ-centered messages. Again, the website is engagethenation.net. You can find...
Wait, it's from the one I was reading? What, the Kathy's Kitchen? And my grandsons both died in the Occult. Oh, wait, you changed the code for it to say that? Okay, and my grandsons both died in the OKC tragedy. That's too funny, bro. All right. Well, boys, super soft landing. But it's time for bed. I still gotta make freaking dinner, dog. Oh my goodness. And I want to read some more of my Manly P. Hall book. That shit's good, dog. Okay, here. No fucking around. Here we go. We gotta get into it. Breathe in. And out. Breathe in. And out. Nice, dogs. And breathe in. And breathe in. And breathe out. Alright, here we go, boys. No tomfoolery. The flame within the dark. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in through your nose. And then exhale slowly through your mouth. Let the air move like a river through you. Let the current carry the noise of the day away. Again, breathe in. Hell yeah. Happy 11/11, we made it, boys. And breathe out. Now picture yourself standing beneath a vast night sky. Above you, the stars form a swirling dome of memory. Each one a story, a people, a path, a prayer. You feel your feet on the earth, a living record of every step ever taken, every voice ever raised in truth, in pain, in joy, in song. Now, imagine a small flame in the center of your chest. It's always been there, even in your darkest nights, even when you forgot it. This is the eternal spark, your divine inheritance. With each breath, that flame grows steadier. It lights the chambers of your heart. It reveals your inner sky, the constellations of your own becoming. And now, quietly in your mind, repeat, I am both the shadow and the light. I welcome all of me home. I do not fear the dark, for I carry fire. You're not here by accident. You are part of a much older song. One that's being remembered meow, note by note, soul by soul. Let this stream, this circle, this moment be a beacon, not just for you, but for everyone still searching for their way back to the fire. Now take one last deep breath in and exhale it as a blessing for the world. And when you're ready, open your eyes. We're still here, and we're just getting started. Alright, boys, good night. We're gonna hit the hay. Well, no, we gotta make dinner first. Oh my goodness. Good night, Paul. We love you. Take this L. Good night, Paul, you little bitch. Oh, my mama. Paul's trauma.
Got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana.
We'll finish this tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. You can't come back from this. Take your loss, Paul. Goofy little bitch. Night, dude.
You can't go back to Tim.
Boom! We've almost made it to Cali 9/11. Yeah, dude. 5 hours, let's go. But I'm handsome. Will ball on me for a ransom.
I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog. Something light, loving life.
Chilling with my headphones on.
I asked CatDad how much a ticket cost. Didn't answer, doesn't matter.
Still your daddy and your boss.
My mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image room stacking commas, it be up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
But you don't.
Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul.
Started with Cirques, ended with Kathy.
Till you lost Paul,
Cirques and Kathy, boys, we're talking about circing up and Kirkin Kathy. Just kidding.
This the day, Paul, this is L. This the day, Paul.
Go to hell, bitch. Cut it out.
You see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell, Paul.
Saw me in some blue jeans and squirted in his mouth.
Chilling on the couch, feeling like JD Dance.
Good night, dudes.
Really wanna dance, Paul. Now with your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn stand up.
Well, not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image we're stacking commas, it be up because in drama. Not a drug, it's
Kathy circumcised my attention span in that interview.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul. Goofy idiot.
Till you lost Paul, Bell showing all your withered skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Good night, dudes. We'll see you mañana.
Go back to Tim.
Tomorrow, we meet again.
Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Good night. Bye, Kathy. We love you, you little liar. She's a little Weasley little liar, dude. Liar dude, Weasley little liar dude. That's Kathy Sanders. Yeah, Kathy Sanders, FBI Karen. All right.